Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, September the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Oops, forgot to put my mic on. Sorry, I have to do this again. Good morning, everyone. Just a minute. I'm having a bit of a problem with YouTube. Just give me one moment. All right. No, guys, I'm having a problem with YouTube. I've got an echo, so I'm going to have to stop it and redo this. Sorry, YouTubers. I may have to boot you guys out. You have to come back in. Just a minute, guys. Yeah, we have to do another test. Oh, no, I've got an echo going on, guys. You guys cannot hear it, I'm sure. I might have to come in and out of the, main room. Yeah, that's probably it, Jay. That is probably it, you were right. So I'm sorry, YouTubers, I'm gonna have to so just give me a moment, I have to figure out how to get out of the other room. Alright, let's see if that worked. You were right, Jay, it wasn't the YouTube. Sorry, YouTubers, I'm gonna have to, restart you. Of course, you can't hear me now. Okay, should be good. Should be good now. All right, guys. Yeah, I think the main one to watch for me anyway is this Milken, MLKN. Another office equipment supplier. I think I have a Miller chair, in fact. Now, we saw what happened with Steelcase last week, SCS. We saw what happened with that one last week on earnings. Similar company, of course, office equipment. When you look left, the next high is 2516 on the weekly chart. So this one could be the one. I'm gonna have to just do a test on YouTube, make sure you guys can hear me now. So that's the only earnings play. I know Costco is up there also. Costco is an earnings play, really a lot more expensive, of course, 400 and $500 stock. Yeah. So it's down, not down much, 1.83%. Now this Pixie is weird. Pixie is weird because what they've done is they've announced that they're going to do a reverse split on effective on September 30th, and it's going to be a 1 for 24 reverse split effective unless they've changed it, unless it's effective today. But I have what I read was that it's going to be on September 30th, so this is in advance of the reverse split. Good. So you guys can hear me in YouTube. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. So the question in our YouTube room, Milken, yeah, Millinois, MLKN is low volume right now, but it'll pick up. It'll definitely pick up. It had earnings after hours, and it's so when I'm talking about these, I'm not saying to take them now, but this will definitely pick up. The volume will pick up once this market opens. So yeah, with Pixie with a 1 for 24 reverse split effective September 30th, it's in advance of this reverse split. That's kind of weird that it's having this pop now. NYC, NYC is moving up because Okay. So there's somebody taking a look at maybe buying them. Bellevue Capital. Okay, that's the reason for that. Remember this one that was high flying for about looked like about 2 weeks straight. FFIE. Actually, I'm wrong. It wasn't 2 weeks straight, but a few days. It was. It moved from about three up to six. Anyway, they're doing a financing. FFIE is doing a financing. Interactive Brokers, Brian. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, in my news feed from Interactive Brokers. I have here Bitcoin. Bitcoin's having a nice pop this morning, so I just wanted to take a look at the Bitcoin, one of the Bitcoin ETFs, BITO. Nice pop. I saw Riot was moving. Riot was moving better than Mara. Mara still is being weighed down by because of that financing they've done. Really hasn't recovered. CRDF. I have an alert set for SE for some reason. It just triggered. So it's taken out the high of yesterday or 2 days ago. Sorry. SE's now taken out the high of 2 days ago, or it's at the high of 2 days ago. CRDF, CRDF, CRDF. They are moving higher because they had some positive data they released. The bio. How do I identify the volume is going to pick up? Well, it's an earnings play, so I mean, it's certainly going to be active once the market opens. Okay, yeah. I mean, listen, I I could be wrong, but I mean, we've seen this, time and time again. When a company has earnings, generally speaking, the volume will pick up if even if it's low in the pre-market, especially for a company that is fairly well known. I mean, Knoll is a well-known office furniture supplier. So, this volume will pick up once the market opens. NEP is moving down. Something to do with dividends or a part. Sorry, the it's limited partner distribution per unit growth rate. Okay, so it's revising 5 to 8% because of interest rates. So that is NEP. DNA. I don't know if Kathy still has this one, but Kathy Wood. DNA. This is gapping up. Some kind of a tie-in with Pfizer. Jumps on a drug development tie-in with Pfizer. Okay, PFE. So it's a big float. 1.27 billion in the float. Excuse me, CHPT is coming in here now, guys. So the EVs had a bit of a pop yesterday. UBS initiating coverage with a buy and a target of 9. So that is CHPT. I guess that's why I had a price alert for SE. Still has that room. You look left on the weekly chart. 5708 is the high. Next high looking left on the weekly chart for SE. BHVN, BHVN, BHVN. Wow, when I saw this, it was around, well, it hasn't moved that much, but 19 to 20 now. BHVN. I don't see any specific news. I'm just scouring to see if I can see a headline, which would be causing this one to be moving higher. I don't see any. BHVN. Big area for it to take out would be around $1 away, 21.82. If I can take that out on the weekly chart, it's got a high of 25.60. Big star from yesterday, IMVT. IMVT is still strong, guys. IMVT is still strong. At least it was when I last looked at it. IMVT, yeah, up 4%. It's at the high of yesterday. 41.72. So it's right at basically at the high of yesterday now. IMVT, big day yesterday, of course. And because ROIV owns, depending on which website you go to, anywhere from 50 to 60% of IMVT. This is running a little bit too, not as much though. Is there an offering? If there is an offering for IMVT, it's reacted very well. Okay, SLNO, I'm hearing it, so this is starting to drop now. This was the big, crazy one from yesterday, SLNO. Oh, look at all the shares that became available. So last time I looked yesterday, there well, actually it fluctuated from about 14,000 down to none. Right now, I'm looking, so a lot of short covering has happened. 232,000 shares available now to Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. I have no idea what other brokerage firms have for SLNO shorts. Citigroup, okay, let's see. Citigroup raises its price target. Let's see what their price target now. Well, from 250 from 33. That's for the IMVT. Raymond James, they announced a $40, so it's already there. Wells Fargo raises price target to 48. This is for the IMVT. There you go, I see now. So announces a 300 million. Okay. So they're selling it to Roivant. That's what it is. So that Roivant, which owns anywhere between 50 to 60%, depending on I guess what website you look at, of IMVT. So that's what that's all about, guys. And the CNXA, now CNXA is up there. They actually did a reverse split, which was effective yesterday. A 1-for-40 reverse split, which was effective yesterday. Having a little bit of a little. I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, I'm falling behind here, guys. Let me take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. If there's anything interesting. All right. So what I'm looking for some potential upgrade with a price target that's well above the previous price target. And see if that gets the stock to move a bit. Well, okay, I'm going to take a look at PKG. PKG. This has a price target of, let's see if it's there already though. PKG. Yeah, it's already there. Sometimes I just look at these and they're just sort of silly. So what's the point of Craig Hallam having a price target of from 4 to 10 on WW when it's already there? All right, let's take a look at some of the downgrades. All right, guys, don't see anything that interesting neither in the upgrades or the downgrade side. All right, now let's take a look at the sectors before the market opens. Now we're in for a positive open after we've had two big down days. September definitely living up to its bill as the worst performing month historically. So remember this next September, guys. We'll just short the market starting September 1. Short the SPY September 1. Kind of kidding. Hmm. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% in green. What does that mean? Means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And as I said, we're in for a positive open. So you can see that every single sector is at least 50% above yesterday's close. Okay. So again, we're in for a nice positive open. Doesn't mean we're going to remain positive all day, of course. I'm not even going to look at I'll look at XLF. I'll look at financials. Just look at where they are with relation to the 200-day moving average. Yeah. So most of the major sectors now are below the 200-day moving average. I think that at least five of them out of the nine major ones are below the 200-day moving average. The only two good ones still are communications, XLC, good ones in that they're still above the 200-day moving average, though drifting down towards. Can see that drifting down towards. There's that blue line though, sloping upwards. And then XLK, technology, Z. Same thing though, slope moving down towards it, but still above. And let's just take a look at the SPY in general. So here's February, guys. We're in the final month or final week, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see exactly. Look at this. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Historically, February. Historically, September is the worst performing month. Historically, going all the way back to I don't know how far they went back. They probably went back to at least 1900. No, there isn't. I'm left on the candles. No, not in our charts. And bonjour, Pierre. No. Question was, is there a way to display how much time is left on a candle? No. So when you hear me say, there's 5 minutes left, obviously I'm just looking at my computer clock. Well, I have a 15-minute candle, and I'm saying, oh, there's 5 minutes left for this. But no, we don't have a countdown. So MLKN, I mean, it's got a nice gap to fill on the weekly chart anyway. MLKN, it's one of the few earnings plays. I would call this a name company. People, I think, have heard of Miller Knoll before. Well, they've heard of their office equipment. I think Miller and Knoll office equipment. So, so the next high looking left, yeah, I mean, it's on the weekly chart. It still has some room. 25.15. Again, when I'm saying that, I'm not saying it's getting there. Net, yeah, right at the top here. Real net, NET, yeah, on the move here. Cloudflare, next high looking left on the daily chart. Looks like it's around 61.57 or so. So it's got a little bit of room, 61.36 or so. So about $1 till the next high. Now I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to my daily reversals today. Now, if you were in the room yesterday, we have a lot of daily reversals, which was really, and on the upside, which was really surprising considering the market was, really did not have any bounce in it at all. It was just basically straight down all day. And yeah, we had a lot of daily reversals. Daily reversals, meaning. So yesterday was Tuesday. So on Monday, the stock would have been down, and then yesterday the stock was up. You know, so basically a reversal. Even though most stocks were down yesterday, but we had a lot of daily reversals on the upside yesterday. So I want to pay attention to this one a little bit more today. And that again is scans that I'm sharing. Well, just because it was successful yesterday, that particular scan doesn't mean it's going to be the same today. But you would think, depending on what the market does, as long as if the market sort of has a nice, like a decent day, you would think that stocks that were down yesterday that are having bounces today would perform, pretty well. But that's the beauty of it. We don't know what stocks we're going to see, and I just have to wait and see what sort of alerts we get. See if there's any news on net. Local AI inference with NVIDIA. I'll be honest with you, Pierre. I mean, I've used TradingView also. I just found it. I got rid of a lot. I find TradingView's charts are a little too cluttered. I like our charts a lot. I like the way they look. I like how you can, I find them very crisp, clean, concise, etc. I know they have that timer on TradingView. I got rid of it because I just found it too distract. I mean, I can do some very simple math, you know. But anyway, it's up to you, of course. I never really found that it was that big a deal to have the countdown. Yeah, with TradingView, I mean, they don't they allow you to get rid of a few things, but I mean, I just rather have a very clean looking chart. And I've never, it's amazing. I mean, now I'm getting a little off topic here, but I've always found like my complaint about our charts has, in the past been, I find them a little bit slower loading and all that. It's not the end of the world unless, it takes 5 to 10 seconds, of course. But I always liked how clean and clear they look. when I use other charting programs, they don't seem to be as, I don't know, they don't seem to jump out at me as much. The clearness of them. I find that the trading view charts are a little bit faded looking. It might be maybe my resolution I'm using. I don't know. But also the clutter. Too much going on. Anyway, that's just my opinion, of course. See if I don't think IP was one of those that was on the IP. Nice though, yeah. Upgraded to hold to Jeffries. Not that much, excuse me, not that much volume yet. Oh no, I know. I mean, it would take way too long if it were 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, typically what I do anyway, when I click on an alert, I'm not really looking at my chart first. I'm looking over here at time and sales in Interactive Brokers. That's the first thing I do. I just want to see, the bid ask, maybe how fast it's trading, and then I look at the chart. So it's even if it took, a second longer than, another charting program, it's really not the end of the world. What's the market doing? So yeah, I can see a nice SLNO guys. I haven't seen. I thought maybe they'd announce a financing, but not yet. Not yet. Oppenheimer maintaining. Let's see what sort of price target they're putting on a $39. Okay, outperform and a target of $39. That is Oppenheimer for SLNO. Well, Goods comes in and out, of course. PJ. He actually, I think, has another job. Has a real job. Well, there's the Pixie. This is a strange one. This is almost acting. This is a very strange one. This is not typical of what happens when a company announces a reverse split. Normally, I mean, they are announcing a reverse split because they want to get a Nasdaq list, but they want to get in compliance with Nasdaq, among other things. But the reverse split is not effective until September 30th. Oh, right, PJ. Of course, of course, of course. No, I really don't. I don't really have contact with anybody outside the trading room. I mean, MLK, I mean, this has to be watched, guys. I mean, it's one of the only earnings plays today. I know Costco is up there too. It's just way too expensive for me to look at, but this is one of the only one of the few earnings plays. Oh, you know what? IP was there. I guess I should have looked at it. But I no, I did look at it because it said 33. So it's almost right there. Jeffrey says an upgrade, yeah, to 33. So that's why I just sort of discounted it. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute, guys. So about 30 seconds to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, Philip. I mean, yeah, it's a 1 for 24 reverse split coming up, but it's not effective until September 30th. So that is kind of the strange thing. for Pixie that it's moving right now. So, I mean, that float will be decreased even more. Okay, so that float will be reduced by a factor of 24. There's the Milken guys, MLKN. For those of you who remember Michael Milken, MLKN, boy, coming right. I mean, it's almost there. I mean, it's almost at that high now, 25.15. I mean, if it takes that out, 27, almost 28 next. But again, it's early. It is early. But remember Steelcase, it's CSC. I'm sorry, SCS Steelcase. This was its earnings release, and of course, the same sector. So interesting that look at ROIV, guys. ROIV taking 130 million shares or so, or dollars. The dollars? Yeah, $130 million worth of IMVT shares. So they've increased their, I think they had a 50 to 60% involvement with IMVT. So that'll be increased, I guess. No, how ugly is this going to be? BCLI is halted because of news, a real cheap one. I didn't see this. 655 it happened. Excuse me, Barbie. MAT moving a little bit here, guys. So what is the market doing? So the market, okay, it had that red bar just before the market opened, the 9:15 to 9:30 candle, but this candle is green so far. I mean, it's going to remain green. So there's Vino, guys. Vino is Vino is one that was down yesterday. Now, of course, they're not all going to be the same. This is a daily reversal, but when I look at it, looks like the next high is fairly close. Though look at what happened in the pre-market. It got up to 330. I saw Edu earlier also. EDU, China Education Stock. Let me see what it's. Yeah, so there's this China Education Stock. So EDU, it's on an earnings play, coming into. Let's see, the next high is around 60, 59. So it's very close to that next high. And of course, TAL is another China education stock. Let's see if it looks like, yeah. So TAL and a couple of these China education stocks. Next high, this is maybe looking a little bit better because the next high on the weekly chart is around 974. Excuse me, guys. A little frog in my throat here. Excuse me. Turb, guys. So this could be interesting. It hit $4 in the pre-market. This is another one of those daily reversals. Although it doesn't look like it really when you see this daily chart, but it is coming into the scan. But Milken may run away from me. I may not be able to get it where I want it. I pull back a little bit, but again, I run obviously every single day I run the risk because I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes of missing something that just keeps running, and that's fine. Now look at the BHVN guys. I did not see any. Actually, I think Casa or somebody might have posted some news about BHVN. Look at this BHVN. Look at the room. It's got $24 on the daily chart now. Not a low. I mean, it's not high float, but it's 58 million in the float. Well, look at it. IMVT is still racing here. So for a great second day continuation after yesterday's great news for it, IMVT. Hey Tristan, you know what? He's not saying that. Okay, I don't know. I think you have a. I don't know why you're picking on PJ. He's not saying to buy it. He's just saying it has some room. That's all. There's the SC guy. So the SC, yeah. I mean, this still has some room. The SC. There's a shady in the DNA. Next high on the weekly chart is 217. Yeah, I mean, SE still has room. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. I mean, SE still has a ton of room. When you look left on the weekly chart, should we load? Yeah, I mean, it's got a ton of room. If you look left on the weekly chart, $57. You know what, Tristan? You gotta, I don't know why you're saying all this. I don't agree. So if you don't like it, put PJ on ignore then, okay? If you don't like it. GEO, guys, a prison stock, GEO, prison stock on the move here. See if there's any news on it. Okay, bye-bye. I don't know who you are. Yeah. So he just exited the room. I can't even ban him. I thought I'd seen him before. Well, Shady, you're on the brink too. If you don't like it, just put him on ignore. I've been following PJ's comments for a long time. I get what you say, but you know what? I don't agree. So if you don't like it, I like your comments also. Just get along, guys. Okay. Look at this BHVN, man. Oh man. Oh man. I don't see any. I think Casa might have posted some news on it, but I don't recall what he said. Okay, here's now this CNXA. Now this is you got to be really careful on this one. This has done the reverse split for today. A one for four. Actually, they did it yesterday. It's a 1 for 40 reverse split that was effective yesterday. Or somebody asked about Cardiff, CARDF. Well, listen, I mean, it had a great pop after hours yesterday on their news. What is their news? Some positive data. It's a bio, so they obviously put out some positive data after hours yesterday. Not a low float, 40 million, not high, but not low. And that is CRDF. I mean, yeah, I do see the NEP. I mean, it's some kind of a dividend, or not a dividend. I know I read the news. Trimming growth outlook because of interest rates, NEP. And I think NEE, I think they're tied in. And I think Real already posted that. NEE. Yeah, they're tied in. NEE and NEP. Well, look where MLKN stalled, guys. I mean, got up to what, 2508? And right there is 2515, and right next to it is 2527. So you can see that it so far, anyway, MLKN has stalled at those two weekly high areas. And that's why you hear me all the time. Look left. Met on the way down here, guys. MET, Met Life on the way down through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left. Looks like it's around $1 away, not quite $1 away, 61.66. So may not have enough room. And that's Met, MET. Yeah, look at the market, guys. We're having a sell-off though. So that 9:15 to 9:30 candle red. This candle was green for a bit. We're selling off. So the Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is, up a little. So, but we look like we're selling off again. All right. For some reason, I have AAOI. And the reason, look at this. Yeah. So AAOI. So on the daily chart, the next high is around 1076 on the daily chart. I guess I put an alert, took out about 4 days worth, or four highs on the daily chart. Yeah, September is not over. You're right. SOUN. Let's take a look at SOUN. This was an AI play, I believe. Well, it even says AI in its name. All right, first 15 are in. Now I can start to take a more serious look at some of these stocks. So we're in for so far bit of a choppy open, guys. Topping tails and bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Choppy open. Oh, OGN is an all-time low now, guys. Again, it was an all-time low yesterday. It's another all-time low. OGN continuing down. What a boy. In August, this was a $24 stock, 17 now. A lot of shares available. Interactive broker, 6.83 million shares available to short. So plenty of shorts available. There's Shady's SOUN. Now, to me, it might be coming into a little bit of resistance right around 2. Okay, guys, so this was added, HAYW, added to the S&P Small Cap 600. So what sort of room does it have on the daily chart? Well, 50 cents, okay? I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but when you look left, that's the high for HAYW, 1506 is the next high. So OBDC, so this looks like was a new, I guess a listing back here, an IPO back here, or a symbol name change, or a SPAC. But looking word, yeah, okay. I guess this is. I'm going to call it an IPO, okay? OBLC, because I'm looking at our position in lifetime range, 98%. So that is the high right there. It's all-time high, 1432. It takes that out. It's in the option scanner, OBDC, sorry, OBDC. It takes this out right there. That's an all-time high. Okay, Geo showing up in the option scanner, GEO. Now, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 862, so it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart, GEO. Son of a, I was thinking about taking the TURB, TURB. It's just a little too early. On the daily reversal, showed up at $3, 933. Next high looking left. Of course, this is I'm going to call it an IPO. SPAC turn into this maybe. 430 is the next high looking left for TURB. It looks like in the comparison between NEP and NEE, NEE looks like it's been more straight down than NEP. And that's NE. So they're linked. Long-term growth outlook roughly cut in half. Pixie halted on the way down. Peabody on the move here, guys. BTU on the move here. Next high in the weekly chart is 2483. Well, it's above that now. So 20, got some room, got a lot of room on the weekly chart. 2770 is the next high looking left for BTU. 2770. You're talking $3, approximately $3 to the next high in the weekly chart for BTU. Interesting. NEE definitely compared to NEP is the better of the two shorts. NEP has had a couple little bottoming tails and it's tried to bounce a bit, but NEE has been really more straight down. Look, yeah, look at this. No bottoming tails at all, just straight down for NEE. Wow, look at IMVT, just rippage. I've said this for a while, guys, but this is like severe rippage now. Well above yesterday's high and just moving. A lot of upgrades for it. Great news yesterday, even though I think it was only a phase one study, but market doesn't seem to care, raising a lot of money and they're doing it the right way at the highs instead of allowing it to get back or doing it at $20 or something or 25. So they're raising a lot of money. Okay, guys, this is getting close to an all-time high. This OBDC, Blue Owl. Oh, wait a minute. Is this a SPAC? Sure, it's not a SPAC, but it's not really as, I don't know if it technically is a SPAC. All right, what's this market doing? So the first two 15-minute candles look very similar. Bottoming tails and topping tails. Okay, so direction kind of unknown so far about what this market is going to do. And we have a halt. So Pixie resumed. Cannot recall something like this happening, to be honest, with they announced a reverse split and well ahead of the reverse split. Well, 3 days anyway. The stock pops. Whoa, SC, it pulled back. It pulled back down to here, 40.90, 49, underneath 41. Pulled back again underneath 42. It's been a little bit erratic. So, if you took it, you'd have to have a fairly wide stop. But again, the big deal is look at the daily chart. The next high is 45, 46 or so. So it still has some room. Where these two China education stocks are just ripping here, TAL and TAL and EDU. 968 is the next high for TAL on the weekly chart. Is there any news, or is it just China in general? Let's take a look at KWeb. See what KWeb is doing. If it's just China in general, and the answer is no. So both those education stocks are moving, and they don't care what the rest of the China market is doing. Now look at this market, guys. Looks like that is going to be a red bar. Okay, guys, NEP on the way down now, and it's now showing up in my option scanner. Again, I'll explain what I mean by the option scanner. I don't trade options, just trying to find stocks that are having abnormal option activity, which helps me find stocks that are just having abnormal activity overall, coupled with abnormal volume and abnormal option activity. Oh, and here's the Roy. I don't think Roy showed up yesterday in the option scanner. So again, this is the big tie-in with IMVT, guys, and they look like they're taking $130 million worth of that financing. ROIV. The financing with IMVT. So, this has to be tied with the IMVT share price. So if you see IMVT moving higher, kind of like this, okay, then in theory, ROIV should be following suit. Yeah, Mattel is in a 10-day daily breakout. You're right. 9:57, I have the alert, 2260, 2216, Mattel. But let's take a look left. 2214. Well, of course, it's a breakout there. It has to be 10 days. But over here now, 2228, to me, there looks like there's too much resistance in this area, to me. Okay. That's why, I'm reluctant to take a look at Mattel right here. Now, if Mattel can break through that, then the next high on the weekly chart is 24.23, about $2 away. All right, guys, NEP finally took a jump down. It's been a little bit challenging because of the spread, but it finally took a jump down. And a big jump down. Yes, okay. And that is something from our AI also. But if you're in this one, just, you don't wander away from your computer because this has been very spready. And spready meaning the difference between the bid and the ask. This is not terrible, 36.48 for a $38 stock, but it's been wider at times. This is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Liz? Okay, guys, we can look at some of these movers now on the upside. Now, again, I may be wrong on Mattel. I mean, I'm not saying this is absolutely going to stall it, but I just look left on that weekly chart for Mattel, MAT, and the daily chart. I just see some resistance that I would have to get through. Vista, VIST is all-time high, guys. VIST, this is an all-time high. Look at this market. Look at this market. Relentless. September, guys. So next September, you don't want to short. Just take September off. Ah, boy. So far, SE doesn't care. SLNO, I mean, it's a challenge though, guys. Okay, just be careful on it. SLNO, very low float, 8 million in the float. Just be careful if you're going to take something like this. The issue always is, where are you going to put your stop? Well, even Rite Aid's having a bit of a day. RAD, guys, Rite Aid, RAD. Look at this. I don't understand what's happening here. This is a headline that I'm seeing in conjunction with Rite Aid, but I don't see Rite Aid listed in here. This is something to do with opioid settlements. Look at this. This one looks like it's going to go negative, guys. CRDF had some news in the pre-market, positive data they released. Market reacted very well after hours anyway. Coming into the 200-day moving average is 165. Will that hold it? But I don't like this anymore. I mean, it looked interesting, especially if it could have challenged the aftermarket high of 265. But nope, market open and just started to slip slide away, just like the overall market. Okay, so this is the stock, EDR. This is the stock that was beaten up because of the Saudis. I mean, I think they've got something to do with WWE or something to do with that. And then the Saudis said they were going to do something rival. So that happened on that day. That was back in August 31st, so about a month ago. Big down day, and is not really, it's trying to put in a little bit of a bounce today. I don't know if they have any specific news causing the bounce. I don't see any. Look at this market, guys. Theme of the day. Look at this market, guys. What do I think of BCRX? This is from our YouTube room, BCRX. Well, there's nothing to me anyway. There's nothing to see. I mean, this is and if I sound like I'm being harsh, I mean, I hope. I mean, if we're in this one, I'm not trying to be harsh, but this is a very ugly looking daily chart. It's one of the uglier ones I can think of. Look how choppy it is, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. When I see something like this, I just can't even think about trading it. The relative volume is only 0.61, so it's not trading anything out of the ordinary. I mean, I do see somebody's got a $10 price target. RBC has got a $10 price target, but other than that, I can't really say anything positive about it. Sorry. See, I never know when I get asked my opinion about a stock. I always want to. You should tell me if you're in it, but because if you're in it, I'm not certainly not trying to slam it, but this is just very ugly for me. This TKNO guys, we saw this one yesterday, I believe. Yeah, really had no action in the pre-market. That's why I didn't see it in the pre-market. Look at the pre-market trading. Nothing really. There was not a pop. It closed up here. It was basically flat. But boy, the market opened. TKNO, and no, this shortable 570,000 available for me in Interactive Brokers. The reason I say that is that it looks like it could be coming into a bit of a resistance area. If it takes that out, then the next high on the weekly chart is 516. So that's got some room. It's through the 200-day moving average. Any news on this one? Alpha Technova launched the latest serotype specific version, etc. So this is a bio. Okay, so this is a bio. Probably had this news yesterday. Don't really. Hmm. That was a pretty big pullback, guys, though, on a percentage basis. Got up to 430, pulled right back down to 4. Look at this market. I know I keep saying that, but look at this market. Now, I can't really remember what historically October is, other than obviously the two historic crashes we've had in October. But overall, I don't know what October is normally. But this September is just, I mean, this is true to form. Well, again, guys, comparing NEE and NEP, this NEE looks almost better. That hasn't been quite as whippy. A little more expensive, of course. Bigger float, 2 billion. Maybe that's the reason why it's not been quite as whippy. No, well, anything is possible, John. But I don't think there's no way. It just September is historically bad. That's the worst performing month historically, going all the way back. I don't know how far back it goes. It might even go back into the 1800s. Believe it or not, like 1890 or something. September is just historically the worst performing month. Doesn't mean we can't find things. Well, especially if you want to go long. I mean, we can always seem to find things to go long, but it's a little trickier. That's all. Oh, there you go. So, thank you, Dip Buyer. October is the fourth best month historically, even factoring in the two major crashes the market has seen. Was it 87 and 29? Stuck in PSFE. Let's take a look at PSFE. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you got in, but yeah, you're talking 2 years. It's a 2 year low. Oh, it's within near the 2 year low. Doesn't trade very much. Give me a moment, guys. I'm not on mute. I'm just not talking. Yeah, no kidding, big tumble. Again, no clue this was going to happen in the pre-market. They must be coming out with something. No clue. I mean, it's been in a, from 51, it got down to what, 30. down to 43. So it's been in a decline for the last few days, but this is a serious decline, and there might be some support around 30, and that's for APLS. Not a high float, not a low float, 97 million. Lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 2.1 million to short. And when I say that, I'm not saying I want to take a short. It's just interesting to see, if IB has that many shorts available, more than likely it has widespread shorting or shorts available. Widespread meaning most brokers will have. And why it's important, of course, is that, I mean, if more shorts pile in, that'll drive the price down. Pretty big short flow too, 12%. Multiple language news items in the stock news window. Give me an example, Harry. Give me an example of one. NTNX. Okay, let me see if I get the same thing. There's nothing you can do. Okay. I see what you mean. There's nothing. No, there's nothing to turn off. It's the first time I've really seen this. Maybe it's just. I mean, is it widespread? Really? Give me another one. I haven't really noticed to be. I don't. I only use our news just to check news in the past days, not for current news really. But I really haven't noticed that. Okay, let me just see. Let me just see. I'll check another one, and I'll ask and see what's happening. Of course, when I check on that one, there's no multiple. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's a multinational company, but I'm just looking. I want to see if this is like really widespread. Hmm. Okay. I'll just pass that on. I don't know. I haven't noticed that before, but then again, I really don't use our newsfeed that much. Not not for intraday stuff. Okay, guys. So MLKN had the pullback. MLKN had the pullback. Key area for to try to take out again today will be the high of the day, which if it does, would be the highs right over here. Okay, of that week. And then it has some room on the weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but 27 on the weekly chart, 27.94, almost $28. So keep an eye on, I'm going to set a price alert around 25.28 and just see if it takes that out later on. This is one of the few earnings plays we've got. What do I think of APLS? I think it would have been a great bounce here if we'd seen it, if I had been following it more. I don't know what the news is on it. I mean, I see some, lawyers are wanting people to come in and sue them, but other than that, join class action suits. Ah, here's an IPO. Yes, LRE. I must have forgotten to. Okay, $7 a share. So right now, this is not a wildly successful one. It's not way above one, but it's a low number of shares issued, 1 million. So stick an alert at the high right there. Okay, what I should find out where these guys are out of, LRE. Surprised I don't have that as a price alert. Looks like it's probably US stock. Yeah, this is a US stock. I wish it were a China stock, but it is. Looks like they do business in Japan though, also, and Hong Kong. Okay, so sort of international for the LRE. Ugh, is ugly. CFIV. Sorry, it's a got to be a SPAC. Of course, it's a SPAC. SPAC on the move, though. I wonder if they're going to make an announcement about who they're looking to merge with. So, Marty, why would you say that? Why is IMVT moving higher? I thought they were a cruddy biotech. Well, I mean, they had the news yesterday. I get it. That was looked like it was only phase two, but you know what? The market doesn't care. The market has allowed them to do a financing at a high price, raising $300 million. So when I say market has allowed them, I mean they're able to take advantage of that big pop, convincing enough people, including ROIV, which is their major shareholder or major, I guess they're called a major shareholder, to take $130 million of the $300 million financing. So most of the time it does, Marty, but not in this case. I mean, I guess they're being rewarded for a big surge in the price and being able to do the financing at a higher level. I don't know if the financing price has actually been set, but you're right. Normally, when a company does a financing, they can hit the stock, but not in this case. Plus, there are a lot of analysts who are, got some pretty decent price targets put on it, and it ranging from 48 to 50. If there's actually, I'm sorry, they're selling 170 million. They're selling 170 million shares to Roivant. Its largest shareholder has a 56% stake. Wow. So they're raising $130 million and they're selling $170 million worth of shares to Roivant. So anyway, they're being rewarded. Look at Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat. Even Beyond Meat's having a bit of a day. But I look at this and I think 10 might stall it. Well, Marty, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. Oh, I see what you're talking about. So Emma, wow. So huge pop up, MSOS, but then the drop. I thought that, they still has to go through DEA sometime in October, some final ruling from the DEA. And I'm talking about the cannabis sector. Wow, what a crazy green candle now for the SPY, the 9:30, the 10:30 candle. Sorry, the 10:15 candle. Forgot to keep watching this unfeed. This is kind of it's not a reversal. I'm not going to show up on my daily reversal scan because it would have to take out yesterday's high for it to show up. But it is definitely it's sort of a bounce play. UNFI, big down day yesterday, of course. There's always been a bit of a tight spread every time I've seen, or a tight spread, a wide spread, BHVN. All right, guys. So this is showing up. SNN is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Has a little bit of room, about $1 till the next low on the weekly chart. SNN. Look at TKNO. Remember, we're just looking at that. 429. That's a big drop. That's a big, big percentage drop. Take a look at SOUN. This is one that Shady has been talking about. SOUN. Yeah, I kind of thought two might block it. So far it has blocked it. SOUN. All right, so BHVN, the VWAP kind of held it, the VWAP area. High, 25.52. I mean, even if look where it got to, it got basically, look at that. I mean, I look left all the time. Why? Look at this high over here, 25.59. The high today, 25.48. So, right around that area. Looks like net just made a new high, guys. Some kind of a tie-in with NVIDIA. Something to do with NVIDIA. The next high looking left for net is 61.15. Not that far away on a percentage basis. This one's got a little bit of room. This flow serve, FLS, guys, the high yesterday was 40.88. So it's got a little over $1 to that next high. And that is flow serve, FLS. You can see that high right there. That was the opening candle before it just absolutely plunged. Market is just kind of blah, guys. I mean, the Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. So just really not doing much right now other than whipping around. Sorry, guys. I keep looking left, and I just, for my style of trading, I have to have more room when I look left. But I just everything I'm clicking on seems to have just what I would consider some resistance, either on the downside if I want to short, some support, or some resistance when if I want to go long. So it's basically preventing me from taking these trades. FLS though continued. FLS did continue. All right, guys, 10:37. I'm going to go over my homepage right now, the information you can find on it, including all the scans you see here, plus some other ones that you don't see on my other monitors. PHIN. It's got a little bit of room. Just on the left here, a little bit of room. 26.3. All right, this is what you're going to find on my homepage. You click on my homepage link. So now this is the promo code, Barry15. We're back to the 15% off. Again, if you want to take out an annual, I can get you a 25% discount, okay? So that 15% is good for the first month only. After that, you'll pay normal prices. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. They'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? You give about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, series of videos you can take a look at. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Really recommend you take a look at it if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. There was no trade this week. Steve recommended staying in cash. I can see why. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. We've got a great user guide. There's the getting started section again. So if you want more details about what an alert window is, there's your A window, top list, T window, price alerts, so important. You want to take a look at stock racing right here. Again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide, of course. Getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And before I take my break, I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen for his hour. Now, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, you'll be up here. Just scroll down a bit until you see that middle section. These are my scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use for the free market. The free market actives up and down. At least gives me an idea of what stocks might be moving once the market opens. This is the momentum scan, Momo, right here. Abnormal option activity is right here. And I have some other scans that I've referred to, 10-day daily breakouts and downs. So like all my scans or any other scan that you see that we are sharing at Trade Ideas, and we have other scans here. If you click on new and then doc channel bar, And then these are all theme-based channels. If you click on the show more, you'll see all of the theme-based channels that we do have. So let's say you decided that you wanted to take a look at my momentum scan. So all you have to do is right click, configure, summary. That'll tell you what the scan is looking for. There are many, many screeners out there for sale. Okay. Obviously, we do have screening capabilities. That's the whole idea of building an alert window. So these are the screeners, okay, the filters. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, and the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, etc. This gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened. The last one was at 10:39 with CCO, made a new high at 150. Since then, there has not been one stock that has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it the way it is, but maybe you don't like the price range. So if you left click on that icon, you'll see all the values that I'm using. So you can make a change if you want. I'll change it to 10 and 100. See how it's changed, and then you say okay. So all I'm really showing you is that you can take the scan exactly the way I have it constructed, or you can modify it maybe a bit in terms of your style of trading. And the answer, Jamie must be listening to me. So yes, Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about an hour and 15 minutes. And as always, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. I mean, if you right click this time on my momentum scan, click on configure. This time instead of summary, just click on the search, and you will see all of the real-time alerts that we've got, starting at the top with the new high and the new low of the day. And if I scroll down a bit, when you get to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. And again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could create a scan if they wanted to create their own scans. But as I say, one of the nice things about going into our YouTube room between 12 and 1, Monday and Friday, when I do take my break, the other traders will be in there from Trade Ideas, and they have a different way of looking at the market, and they may have scans that you might want. Okay, so if you don't want to build any of your own scans, you don't have to. You probably find enough in our channel bar, in our different channels that we've got. You might take a look at my scans, but of course, if you want to build your own scans from scratch, go for it. And as always, first of all, I should welcome anybody who's new to the room. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can actually come into the main room by 8 o'clock, though. I won't be on the mic, but there other people will be in the room between 8 and 9 discussing what's happening. Then I get on the mic at 9. And don't be afraid to ask questions. If you have questions, you can ask questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires, intense concentration, I'll certainly let you know. But otherwise, just ask questions all day long. Now we're having a test drive, what we call our test drive. I'm going to put the link in. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So this basically, if you fill it out, it's going to let you know exactly when the next test drive is supposed to start. Now it's supposed to start November the 6th. Okay. So over a month from now, but you can just sign up for it. And what will happen is I don't know when you actually get the email, but let's just say a week or two before the actual test drive starts, it'll tell you exactly when it starts and how to sign up for it. And the last three test drives have cost $11.11, and they run for 10 trading days. So November 6th, then plus 10, so November 6th to whatever the following Friday would be, 10 trading days, and you'll have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading. You rarely hear me talk about auto trading other than in a negative way anyway. Okay, so we don't, and when the test drive is over, another thing I should always mention, when the test drive is over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription, okay? Well, we only do this, maybe only about three, we used to do it every quarter, but, we don't do it as often as we used to. So if you have thought about, well, trying trade ideas and you can afford $11.11, then sign up for that test drive. So guys, I'm in this one. It's not, it's okay. It's nothing great yet. This SNN, had the alert at 2442. I noticed that it had some room on the weekly chart. Not as not, but I mean, I'm in it, but we'll see what happens. I'm in it at 2940, so just underneath the alert price. I mean, it's extended. I understand that, and it's well below a channel, but I thought maybe it could get close to 24. Ooh, not much. Which I'm seeing, guys. So let's take a look at the AHT to see if it has any sort of rebound capability. Yeah, again, I looked at it and I just saw that 249 maybe a little too close. We had the alert at 234 as a potential reversal. So the CRDF, yeah, it's barely up. The 200-day moving average is maybe going to hold it up. Well, so far, guys, no big rocket ship like yesterday's SLNO that I've been able to find today. If you weren't in the room yesterday, that went from basically $4, $5 all the way up to 30. But it wasn't easy. On the way up, it was definitely up and down a lot. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Well, guys, I mean, look at this giant red bar now. Now there's 6 minutes for this one to close, but ZIM now is a lifetime low. ZIM, a lifetime low, shipper out of Greece, lifetime low for ZIM. Problem I have with it is it's too close to 10. So 10 could hold it up. Psychological number to break. Yeah. So for those of you who won't short, either for psychological reasons or other reasons, maybe your account doesn't allow you to short. A tough market to trade right now. I mean, there are some ones that we can find, the odd one that moves higher, but right now, I mean, it is tough if you will not short. Well, look at this one, CWEN. Um, where is the next low looking left? Certainly can't see it immediately on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at the monthly chart for CWEN. Looks like the next low on the monthly chart is 1911. So it's got some room. Okay, guys, let's see now if this CWN can keep moving down. I'll put a 22 stop on it. Well, Tony, account size really has nothing to do with it, whether you're going long or short, in my opinion. Not if you're intraday trading. People have this weird relationship, though, I think, with shorting because they think all they've been told is that you could lose all your money. Okay, because now, is it possible? I mean, theoretically, it's possible you can get into a short and it can just skyrocket on you, just like you can get into a long and it can drop down. Now, what people will say about going long and having a drop, the most you can lose is zero, right? I mean, your entire whatever you put in, $5,000. Whereas shorting, in theory, you can lose more than that. In practice, I mean, I can't. Anyway, the bottom line is this. I don't think it really has anything to do with your account size. Now, you have to have your broker has to allow you to short based on your account size. Perhaps that's the only thing I can think of. But shorting, I mean, just think of it like this. All you're doing when you're shorting, you're just betting the stock goes down in price. When you go long, you're betting it goes up in price. That's the only difference. Okay. Now, the nuances in shorting is that your broker has to have shares available to short, so that whereas, there's virtually no, I cannot remember the last time I tried to go long something. And my broker said no because we don't have shares. I mean, it just doesn't happen. I still don't understand those fee rates. Okay, like CWEN, 0.41%. I don't think, but if you're trading intraday, does it really make any difference? Well, it's your margin requirements, right? You have to have your margin requirements. So with a, but if something doesn't have a high borrow rate, I don't know. So it may be harder to short, but in terms of if you're able to short, I mean, I don't see a major issue. Right, right. I get that. So it's the margin requirements you're talking about. Yeah, the market is all about placing bets all day long. You buy a stock, you're betting it's going up. You short a stock, you're betting it's going down. It's really, I mean, that boils it down to its simplest sense. Okay. Exactly, William. If you're looking at a very stock with a very low float, highly volatile, they can change the margin requirements of going long also. So I mean, we're getting into the weeds on that. All this. Assuming you can borrow a stock, you're able to borrow a stock, and in my opinion, it makes you're just betting it goes down. That's all. Well, there's really no time limit, Tony. The only issue, but it's the same thing with going long. If you hold a stock, if you're trading on margin going long, you'll pay interest, unless you trade it intraday. First of all, I would not hold. I don't hold any shorts over. I mean, I don't swing trade that often anyway, but I have rarely. I think maybe I've done it once, maybe twice. Held a short overnight. But if you're going to cover your position during the day, it doesn't matter. Yeah, don't look at this one, Todd, but yeah, Pixie is starting to move up a little bit. Yeah, of course, we never talk about. Well, you should have a stop no matter what. A stop whether you're shorting or a stop whether you're going long. And we never. Well, I don't ever average into a loser, ever, and I mean ever. Averaging to a loser, meaning, I short this stock at 21.80, okay, and it starts moving up to 22. I say, well, I still think it's going to move down, so I take another short at 22. Maybe going long is easier to explain. So I get into a stock at $10, and obviously I'm hoping it's going to go up, and it moves down to 9.90, 9.80. And maybe I don't have a stop. I'll buy some more because I really think it's going up. So you're averaging. You're in a losing trade to begin, and now you're trying to average into it. Keeps moving down. You add more. I never ever do that. The only time, but I don't trade this way, is if in my head I said, okay, I'm gonna have a starter position. Say I'm looking at a stock and I want to buy a 10. And I plan to have a certain number of shares. So maybe, but I don't really trade this way, but I know some people do. They might take a starter position at say a third, and they might say, and I'll buy it down to a certain price, you know, but only pieces. And so, but I don't typically trade that way. And that doesn't mean, usually when I take a trade, I'm in my full position. Well, and that's a nuance, Tony. Yes. I mean, that's why you'll always hear me say, I'll look and see whether or not if I want to short something, I have to check to see if my broker has shorts. That's why you always hear me say, well, at Interactive Brokers, I can see that there are, for instance, for the CWEN short that I'm in, 2.37 million. That's Interactive Brokers. When I say this, I think with that number of shorts available, I think most brokers probably will have shorts available. But you'll often hear me say, oh, only 14,000 shares available. And then all of a sudden they get all snapped up. And then this announcement would say there are no shares available right now. We'll have to try to find some for you. And in which case I don't bother. But every broker is different. There's no. So that is the other nuance. In shorting, your broker obviously has to have shares available. So on Interactive Brokers, you would type in your search. You would type in SLB. Okay, you would go File Search and type in SLB, and that box will pop up. Well, you would see it. I think you would see it. That is where it is. It's called SLB in Interactive Brokers. I have no idea where it would be in other brokerages. And in fact, other brokerages don't, like E-Trade doesn't seem to have a box like that. I guess the LB stands for locate borrows or something. Stock locate borrows. I don't know. It's an acronym that they use. Stock loan borrow. Thank you. Oh, I hit the post. Thank you, Pepe. So what Shady is saying on the MLKN, he's talking about he wants to go long if it hits 24.85. So I guess a trigger for him with a stop at 24.15. I'll be a bit of a holdout here. I just want to see if it can take out that number 125. And this is one of the very, very few earnings plays. And why? I mean, if you look left on the monthly chart, you can see 25, 27. Actually, I don't even need to have a monthly chart up. I can take a look at it on a weekly. And you can see right there, I have a price alert set right around here, 25, 27. Well, there we go. Now, just because it hit the price alert doesn't mean I'm going to take it right away. You see how it pulled back just briefly. And why is that important? Because now when you look left on the weekly chart, you've got room, 27.94, almost 28. So almost $3 to the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Almost. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Yeah, we saw it jet. So far, not that great. LRE, the IPO was at $7, a little over a million shares. I have an alert set for LRE at the high of the day, 735. Let's see if it happens later on. You know what? I'm out of the SNN. It's just not moving. Okay. Minor gain on it. CWEN is, I mean, it can get frustrating. You think, okay, the market's down, you just can short anything. But it's not like that. Now look what the market's doing. So I have to watch my CWEN short to see if it's going to be affected by the market. So far, so far, it's not being affected by the market. Anybody have an ETF for electric power? I see that it's got to be a fairly big sector, electric power generation. Anybody? I know I could look it up, but if anybody knows off the top of their head, if there's an ETF for electric power generation. Ouch. I know you're kidding, real, but I know watt is a symbol. Yeah, I mean, you're right. XLU probably is not bad. Just wondering if there's one that dives right into it, though. ICLN, isn't that clean energy, though? ICLN, isn't that the clean energy? That's the clean energy ETF. I'm looking for one that's electric power. No, it's okay. I mean, but you're right. I mean, these power companies, a lot of them will have dividends. So when you say integrate, TCAT, we link with many brokers. Okay. Now linking is this, and we have something called in our toolbar. We have tools and external linking. And so what that does is, and I think we do link with TradeStation. I'm pretty sure we do. I can ask somebody in Trade Ideas. And linking, what it does, it's a time saver. So when I click on an alert, what happens is it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform. Okay, so it's all it is. Linking is a time saver. So especially if I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, then I don't have to keep typing in the symbol. Okay, so I do believe in that. And we do link with TradeStation if that's what you're talking about. Now, if you're talking about using this window to trade from within, no. You have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. So what did you mean exactly, TCAT, about integrating? Thank you, William. Grid and Sims. Okay, let's take a look at grid. I guess that they don't trade very much. Yeah, they don't trade very much. Sims, let's see if Sims is a little bit better in terms of volume. See, look how whippy that MLKN still is. I mean, it got over that 25 and then it just pulled right back down to 24.78. That's why I was holding out for that break. Oh, you know what, guys, I'm out of the CW. I'm just finding this market too hard to trade right now. I'm just taking minor profits now. I'm not finding things with tremendous trend. So I'm in nothing right now. So TCAT, did that, first of all, can you hear me? Did that answer your question, TCAT? Oh, I see. I see. I thought you meant do we oh, I see. You know what? I should have read more closely. Integrating. Um I don't I don't think I know there was talk a long time ago. Let me just ask. I don't think so, but let me just ask. I'll ask the question. I thought I'm sorry. I read integrate or well I was thinking of like the ability to externally link. I read your question wrong. If it is there, it will be not as robust as what you see here. I'm just waiting for the answer though. I don't think there is a version of Trade Ideas within TradeStation. I know we had talked to TradeStation a while back, but I have no idea where we are. All right, better reset my price alert for Milken, MLKN, and see if it takes it out later on in the day. This has been way too choppy. Topping tails, a lot of topping tails right now on that 15-minute chart. Again, what do they mean? Buyers had it up to a certain price. Sellers knocked it down, closing lower. Okay. Yeah, the definitive answer, TCAT. Yeah, there was no version of trade ideas within TradeStation. But believe it or not, my number one focus, I don't have to watch it. I just have to see if there's going to be a price alert on it, will be LRE, believe it or not. Just to see if it takes out the high of the day later on. It's an IPO today, low float, 1 million were released. The IPO price was 7, so this has not been met with, a lot of exuberance. And it looks like, it looks like, I mean, it's got certainly Asian influence. I saw Japan and China. Looks like it's a US company though, but yeah, I did see TKNO earlier. I saw it on the way up. I then I actually did see it on the way down, but not down like this. Lots of shorts, yeah, 580,000. You're right. Lots of shorts. That would have been tremendous. So this is from our AI guys. This is a short PRGS. It's been a little bit choppy, but 55 was the alert. 53.40 now, so $1.60 down. And what sort of room does it have? All right, Granite Construction, GVA has a little bit of room. 38.46 is the next high looking left. But again, I'm really reluctant to go long anything right now. I mean, you look at a stock like this, look how it's traded, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. It's really difficult to get a feel for me anyway, when I see a chart that looks like this. So consequently, I just back off. Who made that comment early on? Was it you, Kiri? Curie, yeah. I don't know if you're still in the room. You're only going to look for A double or A plus plus setups today. Probably every day you should, but yeah, I don't try to force the issue. Think, man, I'm not in a trade right now. I better get into one. Somebody mentioned DraftKings earlier. Let's see how choppy it's been. I mean, look how choppy it's been. The trend is up. Yes, DraftKings source had a bunch of I think some I think it was JP Morgan put some pretty big price targets on it. That's DKNG. And interestingly, I don't know who these guys are. Glasshouse Research issuing a short on GVA, a blueprint for disaster. Here's another one of these short sellers. I don't think I've seen these guys before. Well, this is a daily reversal, guys. Up is a daily reversal. I guess it has a little bit of room. And the alert was that I didn't take it, but if you've got this one, 245, it has a little bit of room when you look left. 279 on a percentage basis, that wouldn't be bad. I did not take it. GVA. Yeah, GVA. Sorry. Work on my enunciation. Hasn't affected it though. Maybe at the beginning of the day. I don't know when that report was issued. In IB, I have it at $10 or $10, 10 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so Shady is talking about HAYW. So again, 1467 gets him in with a 1457 stop, 10-cent stop. Added to the S&P small cap 600, I think, today. That's the reason for the pop, I guess. It's a very read from yesterday, guys. I mean, the market was so down yesterday, and yet we had so many great daily reversals. And we had, of course, the excitement with SLNO and other. I'm just not seeing it the same way today at all. A very choppy day. Again, I look at the Aspen. It looks interesting, but that right here, you see the 200-day moving average. That's not too far away. You look left, you see a lot of stuff around 8. It just prevents me from taking the trade. Some of the best money I've ever made is on trades I didn't take. Corny, cliche, yes, but it's true. So this has got some room. Okay, VKTX, big breakdown on the weekly chart. The next low looking left is 886 on the weekly chart. Do not see any specific news for it for VKTX. Ooh, okay, guys, half an hour until Jamie takes over for me in our YouTube room. Oops. All right. Well, okay. Aspen is actually showing up in both now, so that's interesting. It's showing up in both the momentum and the option scanner. I just wish this weren't here. I just wish all this weren't. You know, if I could look left and I wouldn't see anything until 891, it'd be all over this. So just a word about what the option activity scanner is looking for. So as it's named, abnormal option activity. So I don't trade options, but it's just another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. So when we look at Aspen as an example, it doesn't trade a lot of contracts. It's 1,227 right now. That's 2.5 times normal, 252%, 2.5 times normal. So my minimum for a stock to be in here, it has to be at least 150%, 1.5 times normal. Okay. And sometimes we see some stocks that are trading, don't trade options very often. And then they're, for whatever reason, on today, their option volume just explodes. So again, I don't trade the options. I just trade the stocks, but it just helps me find stocks that are having, trading abnormally just by looking at also their option activity. These are the option filters that we do have. So some have said, especially if you're going to intraday trade options, okay? Sort of day trade options. So these are the option filters that we have. We have some obvious ones: the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. This option volume here refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So using that in conjunction with this option volume today percent, and as I said, I put 150 in here. So that means that it has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal based on what it had done over the last 10 days on average. Okay. So, I mean, if you're going to intraday trade options, which, how are you, wow, this is moving, guys. How are you going to select which ones? So at least you can find out the ones that are trading abnormally in terms of option volume. So it is listed as a US based company, but it's a Japanese real estate developer. But it's, let me make sure of that though. I'm talking about the LRE. What I read, okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong. This is definitely a Japanese company. I think what happened is I looked at this Texas up here. So this is a Japanese company. I haven't found that the Japanese stocks are as crazy as, say, the China or the Singapore stocks, but it's very low. I mean, in terms of the number of shares out, only a little over a million. But the IPO price is 7, and it's not, it's nowhere, it's not above it. It's just basically at the price. When we see one that is really exciting, typically what happens is you'll see it issues very low number of shares, probably 1 to 2 million, and then it's way above the IPO price. So let's just say this was at 10 now. This would be a little more exciting. But listen, later on, as I said, 735 is the high. If it takes that out, that could get people into it, including myself. Well, I guess up was pretty good, guys. I mean, I did not take it. I mean, the alert was at 245 and it got up to 270, right up to basically up to that high, looking left, a little bit less than that. So on a percentage basis, it would have been pretty good, but I did not take it. I'm looking for something that has a little more room and maybe not as cheap. So again, I cannot emphasize enough, guys. Don't trade out of boredom, okay? Don't just say, "Man, I got to get into a trade." So, well, this doesn't look too bad. Maybe I'll take it. Don't do it. You can chop your account up very easily. Well, again, I mean, I backed off the Aspen because of all this when I look left. I mean, I just saw, to me, too much between the current price and 820, and there's the 200-day moving average. Now, I mean, if you told me it would get right up here before it stalled, sure. But remember, I mean, I don't think I'm not unique. When I see something like this, I mean, if I were in this earlier, okay, and I see this approaching the price approaching the 200-day, my feeling is that a lot of traders will get out before. They're not going to wait and see if it hits it. They'll probably take some off before. So, but listen, I mean, this could just power right through it. But I just can't take the. Anyway, when I say I can't, of course I can hit the submit button and take the trade, but my brain is wired to not take this trade. It's that simple. Any news on it though, just for fun? Aspen, ASPN, a builder. Looks like it's a builder. Yeah, building construction, industrial. building construction, faulty wiring. Too many charts for me look like this one, guys, the GBA, up, down, top tails, bottoming tails. I mean, yes, you can say the trend is up, but where, if you took a trade like this, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, you've got all these wild gyrations within 15 minutes. I know I saw this BIPC earlier, and then I saw it do this. It was down at 36. I'm thinking, okay, very extended. Then all of a sudden, it just did this, pops up 30 cents. It's come right back down. And now, yes, it is starting to move down underneath that whole number. So that's good for me anyway. Let's take a look on a monthly chart where it could keep going. Natural gas distribution sector. This is for BIPC. The next low on the monthly chart is about 35. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room if you look at the monthly chart down to 35. All right, you may want to take a look at ROIV as a potential short, guys, now underneath 13. Tied in with, of course, the IMVT, sorry. It's below the VWAP, 12.99, below the VWAP. Okay, below the VWAP. And the next low looking left is around 1260 on the 15-minute chart. So a bit of a sell-off now for ROIV. Well, I'll be ready for a jet in our YouTube room. The game is on, LRE. I'll be ready for it if it takes out that high. Now, if I get an alert on it, LRE, if I get the alert, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. But there's the high of the day, not that far away, 735. Look, remember now the IPO price is 7. So if there's going to be any enthusiasm about this one, it should take out that high of the day and start to run. I mean, it's getting closer. Bit of a spread issue, 713, 723 is what I'm talking about. Again, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Mentioned this VKTX a little earlier. It continues down. I did not take the short, but it does appear it's continuing down. Of course, it has all this room looking left. on the weekly chart for VKTX, but it's close to that whole number. All right, guys. Well, FFIE did a financing, and it is weakening. There are some shorts available for me. Interactive Brokers is an all-time low now. Remember when this a lot of excitement a few days ago started on looks like September 12th. Sorry, August the 12th. Ran from about three up to can't quite tell up here, $5, $6 or so. But they've done a financing now, FFIE, so they're getting hit a bit, not a bit, a lot, 33% down now. Kanagawa. We have a halt, guys. Let's see if this is any interesting, or is it at all interesting? TRT is a halted, and why? See if it's a volatility halt. Well, I know it's a volatility halt, but unfortunately, it's on the way down. TRT halted on the way down. Actually, it was an earnings play, or it is an earnings play. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market. Really didn't do much. So TRT is an earnings play, and it's halted on the way down. Ooh. Not very much volume though. 116,000 shares, and that is 12 times normal. So this does not trade very much. Who asked that question? I don't know if you're still around in our YouTube room earlier. Jose, I don't know if you're still around in our YouTube room. And you were mentioning that MLKN didn't have very much volume in the pre-market, and you were right. But I said that once the market opens, the volume should take off. So there we are, 4.8 million. I mean, I could have, I would have bet everything that I'm not going to say it would have been 4.8 million, but it would be solid volume. A known company will, on a day of its earnings, will usually have, big volume. You're in the main room now. Okay. But unlike TRT, this is an earnings play. I mean, its volume is abnormal for it, but it's just not trading very much. 116,000, 12 times normal. It's an earnings play, but this is a company I've never even heard of. I mean, they're so in a case like that. I mean, I'm not saying every single time, but I mean, it is trading abnormally in terms of volume, but the absolute volume just isn't there. See, look what happened with the L. If you want to look inside my brain, guys, this is exactly how I trade. I never anticipate. Never do I anticipate that something is going to happen. I put a price alert. If it happens, great. But I could have been I could have said to myself, well, you know what? It looks like it's going to take this out. Remember this? I'm talking about the LRE. It got up to 723, not that far away from the high of the day. I could have said, you know what? I'm going to sneak in and get a little bit earlier. And listen, it still may do it, but look what happened. I mean, it went all the way back down to 670. So, and that's why, putting price alerts for me is probably as important as anything else that I do when I trade. And it's very simple to do using trade ideas. If I want to put a price alert to high here, I just move my pointer. There's a dotted line that will follow along. And if I can eyeball it well enough, so I'll right click, create the price alert. And if it's not the price I want, then I just save it. Otherwise, I can change it, of course. I typically don't put notes in, but I'll just save it and you'll see there'll be a blue line. So now I've got two blue lines right now for LRE. And what will happen is if it triggers, the price alert window will pop up on my screen. So I cannot miss it. PHG, cautious report. Okay, let's take a look at PHG. So they try to put out a rebuttal. Okay, Phillips responds to media articles related to Respironics recall. We do not agree with the characterizations made in these articles. Okay, so they try to put a bit of a rebuttal. TRT opened. Wow. Well, coming into the 200-day 506, so it opened and it crashed downwards. Yeah, when I say I've never heard of, I mean, obviously I could look at the profile and see what they're all about, but in general, I've just never heard of this company before. Hasn't really appeared on any scan that I can remember over the last few years. So, widespread is right. 541, 576, indicative of, not very much volume and a stock that is not traded that much. 13 times normal. I mean, remember what that represents. 131,000 shares, that is 13 times normal for this stock. Up to this time of day. It had some, it had some explosive volume starting on, what day is that? The 20th? Almost 200,000 shares. But look at all the volume, look at all the volume before that, like 16,000 shares, 3,000 shares, So the volume has been picking up, yes, but still hard to trade. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is getting set for my break at noon. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Jamie has confirmed it will be him soon, within about 5 minutes anyway, taking over for me in our YouTube room. Put my announcement up. I'm not on mute yet, but I will put my announcement up. And now I'll just wait for Jamie. ROIV, guys, continues to work its way down. What did I say? I think that the next low looking left on the 15-minute chart is down here around 1259. So, it's got maybe a shot to get into this area. ROIV, big deal in that it took out the VWAP at 1299 a little earlier. Costa Mare. Let's see what this one is doing. CSTM. I'm sorry. It's not Costa Mare. It's Constellium. Okay. Now, how much room does this have? So again, you look left, 1720. The stock's at 1704. If the next low had been up here in that 1770 level, it would have been a lot more attractive for me. Big volume came in. You can see how the momentum scan works, guys. This is all about momentum happening at the time. And we're not talking about overall daily momentum. We're talking about big volume bursts on a 1 and a 5-minute chart. Now, I don't have a 1 or a 5-minute chart up and running, but you can just see, look at the 15-minute volume. So if I had a 5-minute chart up, well, let's take a look. Instead of guessing, you can see the volume burst. So that's how this scan works. This is how this momentum scan works. It's looking for instantaneous bursts of volume. Let's see if I'll be able to see it. If I put on a 1-minute chart, yeah, there it is. Look at that 1-minute chart. Boy, that BIPC, that would have been a nice one. Did not take it. That BIPC, it really broke down and it got all the way down to 35.55 before it popped up. I mean, it's so interesting, CSTM is showing up on my option scanner and in momentum. Okay, it is showing up in both, but I just have this feeling that there's too much potential resistance not that far away. But no disputing. Look at the volume. 2 point. Jamie, rescue me. Okay, guys, Jamie just showed up in our YouTube room. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Good morning, Mr. Jamie. He can't hear me.
Hello, Barry.
Oh, hello, Jamie.
Sorry, I was just getting my desktop set back up since I got to do some rearranging, but I think I got it done here.
Okay.
All right, so let me go ahead and grab it.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. I do believe you should see me now.
Well, I can see your screen.
Well, yes, yes. You know, the royal me.
The royal you, yeah. Well, your screen is an extension of your personality.
Well, if you
How's
could
that?
see my real screen, you'd be like, "What the hell are you looking at?" But this is for
Probably.
presentation purposes. Yes.
Yes. In other words, it's way more involved. You have how many top lists and alert windows do you have up? Just out of curiosity.
Well, this little guy right here, I'm always watching it. And then I'll have these 4 alert windows, the things that I'm pointing to my custom list for the day, or, the I maintain a list of about 100 stocks that these 2 windows are always pointed at. These
Okay.
are just looking at the entire market here.
Right.
Um, and I'm a pretty simple dude, Barry, when it comes to less is more.
Yeah. No, I agree. So what you see is really what we get. I mean, there's not that much more on your other monitors.
Correct. What you're not seeing is
Okay.
my trading platform and like for example, if we right click here and go to display settings, when I come here, I have to put this back on 175, the scale.
Hmm.
But when I'm trading, I have it at 125. So everything gets
Gotcha.
gets a lot smaller, right?
So
So
tell
anyway,
me, Jamie, are you using Market Scope very much, or any of the other top lists within our new website?
well, I always have the intention of paying attention to the market scope, um,
Hmm.
because it can show you some good movers. Um, I haven't really ingrained it into my trading routine, so to speak.
Hmm.
It's just something that I think once we get the web tech a little bit more developed, I'll probably just switch to it.
Right.
Oh look, the spy's coming down again. Oh,
Yep.
and
Oh,
Barry, just
look. Yeah.
I know you have things to do here, but my goodness, I mean, remember this is the 20-year treasury bond, right?
Hmm.
And I
Hmm.
mean, look at the past. Oh, let's
Oh,
take it
yeah.
up. Oh, gap down, take it up, down, and it's at
Hmm.
all-time lows too, TLT.
Wow. All-time low.
And this is the 20-year bond. And when was the auction? The last auction? I can't remember. A few days ago. But allegedly, there were no buyers. They're like,
That
no.
is what somebody's. That might have been you. I think you put that in our Slack, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, TLT it did the same thing yesterday
Uh-huh.
and created a really nice, if we look at yesterday's action here, you know, once we broke this little level here, it was just a nice grind down.
Hmm.
And I mean, I think this is a pattern that could repeat itself, you know,
Right.
over and over again. So we'll see. I'm short, not TLT. My only open position right now with a stop is this guy, and I'm short from up here, and now we're down here.
TMF. Okay.
So I'm just like, okay, we're gonna either get stopped out or be in it all day. So we'll see what happens.
Hmm. So the only if you've been listening to me, the only one I'm really trying to pay attention to, maybe for later on, is that LRE. It may do something crazy. It's an IPO today. Only a little over 1 million shares.
Oh yeah,
IPO price at $7, so there's no excitement at all right yet. So I've got a price alert at the high of the day. I think 735. And I mean, if it later on in the day, if it bursts through that, maybe. But other than that, I'm really not seeing much that I like.
yeah, and I'm wondering, you know, these aren't my normal charts. I've got the VWAP up here on my normal charts. Where's the VWAP on this thing right now?
Um, I have it at because remember now, of course, it's a new trader today, but
Mm-hmm.
I have it at 686. 686. I
Okay,
have a single stock window open, so that's what it says, 686.
right.
So
Interesting.
it's right at the VWAP right now. So
Okay, yeah,
and
there
it's
it is right there, right?
yeah.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, that's the only one I'm kind of trying to pay attention to, maybe for a late day break over 735. And It may not happen, but wow, look at this market.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Jamie. I better get out of here. I got a few things to do, so I can come back by 1. So
Very good,
thank you
sir.
again. Okay.
We'll see when you get back. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, hi everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Let me just get my Pluma in case I need to do any markups. And let me make it to where I can see the chat panel here. That'd be nice. Okay, 1 second, please. Okay, all right. So hopefully everybody can see and hear me. If you have a question, just remember this is the hour that we allocate for the live sports session. Not scripted, no teleprompters, just talking shop here. And any questions that you may have about trading in general, Trade Ideas Pro, the software. If you'd also like me to take a look at any charts, I'd be happy to do so. And it looks like the market is, let's just take another peek here. Yeah, we're edging on down pretty good. Where does it stop? Well, looks like we're going to make a beeline for this area right here, assuming something just stops it cold in its tracks. But that's looking like a final destination there. And Spice, I was waiting for this one to break this level, and of course, not in on it. But oh well, it's good to be right anyway, right? Don't know if this one has a whole lot. Let's check out Space. You know, the rocket company that's supposed to put people up for tourist flights, owned by Mr. Richard Branson. I don't know, man. Doesn't look like things are working out too well for Virgin Galactic. That thing was just up here not too long ago. $3, basically almost cut in half here. Doesn't look like they're giving that one any quarter. Well, thank you, perfect. Okay, so no questions yet, but if you do have a question, do not be shy. Gonna go ahead and pull up OGN. This was one that was definitely spicy on the open. I heard Barry talking about this one. That's pre-market bar right there. Here we have the first pre-market, or excuse me, first regular market opening 5-minute candle there, and we can see what was the open 17.15, and then quickly, man, that thing went all the way down to 16.71. It was in a little smidge of this one up here. Covered a little too early, but hey, I'm quick to exit on the open, as you hear Barry talk about all the time. First 15 minutes can be very tricky because, well, lots of wicks, lots of things you see that all of a sudden aren't there and can leave you hanging pretty good if you're not quick. So, pretty conservative on the open. All right, Shaw, I see your question. The question is, are you shorting more lately? Well, you know, I go long and short just about every single day based on, what the stocks I'm trading are doing. So I'm an equal opportunity trader. I don't care if it's short, long. Um, I'm doing both of those each and every day. I heard Barry talking about, if you're not a short seller or if you don't like to go short, well, it's pretty slim pickings on a day, like today if you're just having to try to pick up bounces. But to your question there, Shaw, yeah, I do both on a daily basis. Speaking of shorts, let's just take a look at TLT. Saw it notching down again. Where's TMF? TLT is the 20-year Treasury bond. TMF is the 20-year Treasury bull, but it's 3x volatility, right? So once again, here is one of my favorite intraday patterns. And we can see right here, whether it's TLT or TMF, it's the same chart pattern. So once I started getting short up here, 494, 493, what was my exit if I'm wrong? Right up here, okay? So this is my risk level in this TMF trade today, right in here. Now, this is my reward level thus far. All right. And so the high of that little range right there was 96. So my stop is still resident and humming up here at 97, right? So I got short at 494. My stop was 7 cents. That's a huge 3-cent risk. And thus far, let's see, 94 down to 84. We're up 10, 11, 12 cents. Okay. So risking 3 cents to currently be in the money, about 12 cents. That's a 3x risk to reward. And the nice thing about this one is it was just a calm trade. It's like, ooh, okay, it's setting up. About 45 minutes in, TLT, let's look at that one. And that's what I key off of. It's in this list here. Look at TLT, the exact same pattern, just a bigger instrument, but still the same risk versus reward. What are we risking here on TLT? 89.34, risking a whole dime, right? And from that point on, 89.34, I mean, almost up 89.33, 88. I mean, we're almost up a point in this one, right? Even a bigger risk versus reward than the TMF. And both of these instruments are swirling the drain. And just remember, this isn't just some stock. These are the Treasury 20-year bonds. Pretty interesting times that we're in. Yeah, Shaw, it's one of those things, on some days where the market's grinding up, I could actually have executed more short trades than longs and vice versa. It really just depends on if there are any stocks bucking the trend that day. But to that point, it's always good to be multifaceted, right? Especially, the market's been grinding down here for a while. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days of down grind here, approximately. And getting close to this level, which could act as some support. So will we be there before the day is out? I'd say right now there's a good probability, but of course, we'll just have to wait and see. That's a good question, Circle. And the question is, how much weight do I give candlesticks? Okay. Um, I switched back to these charts while I'm doing this session. But recently, I've been using OHLC candles to adapt to some of the new tech that we're going to be bringing out here pretty soon. You probably heard Michael Noss talk about it to where, I don't want to jump the gun here. But since I switched to OHLC candles, and for those of you who might be asking, what in the world is that? It would run candlesticks, and then we go to open, high, low, close. And there are more of these bars right here. But of course, I'm not using this background. I'm using a more blackish background, so these things stand out a lot more. But you know what? It really hasn't even mattered to me. I prefer the OHLC now that I've been using them. So whether it's candlesticks or OHLC, just doesn't really matter to me. I'm actually preferring the OHLCs with my new layout. So to me, it's really just a personal preference. It's still a representation of where the stock is, and the candles just look a little bit different. Oh, and there's our friend TLT hitting lows today. Just right up here, I was chatting with a buddy. I'm like, next stop, if we can break this 89, next stop is 88, and it's already halfway down there. So man, interesting. 14, 15 million shares swapped hands. How much on the TMF? And both doing well over relative one of volume. 200-day approaches on the SPY. Just right past this little area right here. And of course, if it does make it down to this level here, I would expect to see a test of the 200. It just seems like that's the way it would be, but we shall see. But I really like the way this TLT is clipping down. You go. You quizzed Michael yesterday. Yeah. And since I redid my charts, typically I'll have the 200, the 50, the 10, and the 20. But for my intraday charts, basically all I did is reinstall a VWAP and a 10 period. That's it. And the SPY cometh. Let's see here. Banking stocks. BCS got a big gap up yesterday. From here to here, I don't know what they got. It's giving back about half of it right here. That's Barclays. Fun one to trade. And the SPY. Yeah, and I agree with you. Perfect. Candle formation is one thing, but just good old price action and being able to identify the short-term trend, I think that's even better. And that's what the tech that hopefully we're going to be releasing pretty soon is just going to help people simplify things, right? Okay, so let's look at what else has been going on since the open here on a few names I like to sling around. Now look at this beautiful, wick, wick, wick. What does that tell us up there? That says, the buyers just can't maintain control up here. So this is one I trade on. I'll trade it all the time if it looks good. So I'm like, okay, I'll take some short Nicola up here. I'll short some Nicola. It's a very small risk, and it's always the worst thing for a trader to hear. Go to hit the sell button, and I hear ding, 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 ding. After I'd been in it a couple of times short already, scalped a little bit of cash out of it. Okay, now I'm going to go for the sustained move. Go to short it again. Not shortable. I'm like, are you kidding me? I was just short. Now it's not shortable. And of course, that's when we got the big move. So these are things that happen, all the time. Some of the best trades that you could have been in, you were not allowed to participate in. And that's what happened with Nicola today. But oh well, no use crying over spilled shorts. Space was pretty good to the downside. Not a huge range, but money nonetheless. It's just kind of circling. There will be a day soon where this guy is really in play. WBD. Now, or no, I'm looking for WDB, Walgreens. I forget the symbol sometimes. That's Warner Brothers. Man, all of a sudden I can't remember the symbol. Huh. Oh well, Walgreens boot, whatever it's called. Let me see if I can just drum something up here. Give me 1 second. There we go. WVA. Walgreens Boots Alliance. Nice name for a drugstore. But you can see right here where it released very nicely. A couple of bottoming wicks right there, but as soon as it broke this time, down, little head fake, and then a nice move here from this release level 2108. Down to 21.80-ish. Not a bad play. Did have to sit a little bit of a wiggle, but never even got back to the entry price there. And I think that's just about all the highlights for me today. You know, after the action that we had early on, and of course the action is continuing now, um, but in this little level right here, a lot of trades came my way. And what was cool about this morning is it was all just calm. It was like, okay, this looks good. We're going to hit it. Things worked in the TLT and the TMF still. So it was just a nice, calm trading session. And I very much enjoy those types of things. All right, Pixie is the one that Barry was talking about earlier this morning. Has announced the reverse split, but apparently it has not taken effect yet. I don't know what the details are. Shift Pixie. Let's see what the news says here. September 30th. Huh, that's kind of weird. A Florida-based national staffing enterprise which designs, manages, and sells access to disruptive revolutionary platform. Today announced that at okay, so the 30th is when the 1/4/24 reverse split happens. So all of a sudden this thing will be approximately 20 something dollars. 24 if it's at a buck. I will tell you this, that's one that I'll be watching on the 30th and hope that it's shortable just in case it does what most stocks that reverse split do, which is go up to that level and then kind of come right back down. Also known as the kiss of death. Now, they don't all die, only about 90 something percent of them, but reverse splits are never a good thing for shareholders. All right, Robbie, ODD, sure. Oddity Tech. How old is this thing? Looks like it's not very old. Looks like it IPO'd back here. Getting beat up a little bit. But, when we have limited, and of course, this is the limited weekly here. So let's do this first. Let's just anchor VWAP to that first week. And see, right now we're at 44. Oops. And we're still about the same, notice because of the limited time, whether we anchor to the first day or the first week, that anchored VWAP from the first day of trading or the first week of trading is still going to be right there at that 44 level. So the good news is it's put in a bottom for now. If you're holding this thing, the bottom has been put in. So this would be a key area of interest, right? So now from a swing trade perspective, even if we took some here, 27, almost $28 a share, your risk is clearly defined. A little over 2 points, I'd say. 28 to below, about a 2.5 point risk there. So we've got a bunch of tests coming up here. What's it going to do when it gets up here? I mean, we've got this first little rudimentary rounded bottom comprised of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. If it completes that pattern, maybe in another couple of days and test this level, get that pop above 30-ish. And if we got to close, somewhere above this level here, well, then that would be a good sign. So it looks like, this thing's got its test cut out for it. First the 10, then we're going to come up here and sniff around at the 20 along with this next level here. And then if things go well, over time, maybe we'll start testing this level as the anchored VWAP approaches. Just going to take a little time for ODD to see what it wants to do. But these are definitely key levels, these moving averages, this next area of potential supply. And then from that point on, these are the areas that I would pay attention to here. And of course, the 200 days not on here because there's not enough days. So Robbie, I hope that makes sense to you. All right, Luca, I see your question here. Could I get your opinion on short IMVT? Took a short yesterday and exited. Very strong. Yeah, sure. IMVT. Ah, okay. Well, I can see what the allure was, doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, gap up. I'm assuming, yeah, this is a biotech, news driven, and that was yesterday. So probably some drug announcement or an offering. See that down here. Well, usually when companies announce an offering, they gap down, right? So I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure why this gapped up. If it is from the offering, that's kind of weird. But yeah, there is a temptation to short these things in hopes that they give back some of this gap. But look at this action here yesterday. You know, big gap up and just strong all day, right? So, I don't know exactly where you were short, but I think it was probably wise that you covered based on the gap up today. But when you see things like this, a gap up and then a continuation, and on this 15-minute chart here, I mean, it's levitating above that 10 period. That's a very bullish sign, right? And, more bullish activity today with another gap up. Um, so, keep in mind tricking, trying to short things that are doing this. I mean, talking about trying to, short tops and buy bottoms, which is one of the hardest things to do um, as a trader. So, if I was eyeballing this one yesterday, Luca, I would have kind of just waited to see, because look what it did right here. And this was, okay, if you're monitoring it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So about an hour and 15 to an hour and 30 into the market, what do we have right here? Perfect little range break and a move higher, right? Now, if the opposite would occurred, right? And see, this is the tricky part about fading gaps. Sometimes they don't, sometimes they don't give back any. Sometimes they continue. So we never know if it's going to be a gap continuation or a gap retracement. But if you just wait a little bit, a lot of the times the stock will tell you which direction it's going to go, right? Now, had the other scenario played out, if instead of doing this, we flip the chart and it grinded down here and then broke that range into the gap, then that's when, in my opinion, it would have been a good time to take a stab at the short side of it, right? Because we never know if the gap's going to fill or if they're going to continue. So, in order to have a hope of which way it might go, it's always a good idea to give it a little bit of time and hopefully it materializes, right? So, hope that made sense. And now on to ROIV. A little chop suey today, but okay. This one looking very similar to IMVT. Same type of pattern over here. You got the gap up and then another gap up. Yeah. Okay. Was just making sure. I'm like, that looks very similar. And of course, both biotechs. Now, this one, well, pretty much same song, same dance, right? Gap up, wait for it to tell you, and pretty much the same thing here, except this one went sooner. This was 40, but I take that back, 9:45, hour and 15 minutes, right on the money. Same time frame as the IMVT. Now, as far as, we can see clearly here where it is putting on the brakes, trying to figure out what's next. Oh, and that's just like one giant rounded bottom there. Interesting. So if this thing does get spunky, I mean, this is a lot of air in there. And once again, a kind of this giant rounded bottom here as well on the weekly. Definitely, definitely looking a bit bullish. I forgot to take a look at what was to the left on the IMVT. Let's go back there. And this one completely different. Well, no, I take that back. I just wasn't done scrolling yet. We'll just take this guy up here. And it pretty much looks the same. I mean, those charts are very similar. So if anything to take away from the gaps is if you think a gap is going to continue, be a continuation, or if you think it's going to fold over and fill some of the gap, wait for the stock to show its hand, in other words. Let it go sideways for a little bit on the intraday, and then it's going to pick a direction typically sooner than later. I mean, let me rephrase that. At some point in the day, it's typically going to show you a direction. Now, that's no guarantee. Just because it breaks one side of the range doesn't mean it's going to continue. But if you want to play these things with higher probability, um, that's the way I would do it. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, Leanne. It look like they're doing something in unison, even though I didn't bother to look at the news. Two biotechs, eerily similar chart patterns, announcing money raising, but going up. So, not trying to make sense out of it, because you can't. Marty, you never know. I've never seen the presence of so many biotechs at any given time. They used to be the ones that we would shy away from just because they were too crazy. But that was in a galaxy long ago and far away. All right, we got the options play spitting out Aspen here. Hey, Aspen aerogels. That's a buzzword that I've been hearing a lot about. Now, this aerogel is for energy infrastructure building. So that's for construction, but I've also been hearing a lot of aerogel talk in the medical community. Two biotechs walk into a bar. And there's a ton of them out there, microcap biotechs. Okay, so it feels like it got real quiet. Let's check in. Okay, the SPY gasping for air, going, ooh, I think I might bounce. Of course, we're already at the 10 on the 5, but this would be the area of interest if we're going to bounce up. Take a little breather. Who knows? We might bounce up to this 10 period here on the 15. Maybe not. Yeah, and you never want to trade out of boredom, Leanne. Speaking of boredom, that's the last time you want to trade. And especially shorting when you're bored. Maybe some of you have heard the expression never short a dull market. That's pretty much it. So Pixie, of course, it was halted shortly after that, 106. That's a pretty good little percentage move, man. Down from a buck 06. That's 16 cents right there. That's a huge percentage for a little move like that. But definitely dominating the volume leaders here, Pixie. And Pixie at the top of this list as well. Yeah, exactly, Jeff. And to that point, once again, pulling up the SPY here. So yeah, if it gets right here and we butt up to this little area that could act as some support, I just have a hard time believing if it does come down to this level, in my humble opinion, we would test that level pretty quick because you're going to have a gazillion people out here. Well, I say a gazillion. You're going to have a lot of people going, ooh, I'm getting long here. We get a little bounce. They're going to use this level as my stop loss. Then sure enough, come down here, print, 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 and then back up again. Now, once again, this is strictly speculation, but whether it's today or tomorrow, to see a wick on the daily down here at the 200 and then a close above here, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not telling anyone to trade based on that information, and I'm not even going to trade based on that information, but just trying to imagine what this chart looks like after a couple of more days. To see that formation would not surprise me at all. Yeah, that Pixie. Once they break $1, man, a lot of the times it's a quick descent down to 80 cents, and this is no exception. Yep, I agree, Circle. Okay. Speaking of stocks that recently broke $1, Playboy. What a fall from grace. And I remember this rally here when it topped out at 60 bucks. I'm like, why? Why is that happening? And now below $1. So you tell me why that happened, and then we'll both know. And the options ticker is still pretty dead. I haven't seen TLT hitting new lows. Okay. Biggest bounce of the day. But 5-minute, and look over here. If we look at TLT 10 period up here, it's below all the moving averages here on the 15. It's got to breathe a little bit. And that's only a 13-cent little gasp for air. We'll see. We'll see. TMF, same thing. Notice how the 10 period is just like a wet blanket on that guy today. The opposite of the stock that we looked at earlier for Luca. Instead of above the 10, levitating, but it's just keeping it down. like a magnetic field is there. What would you get to cover? What would get you to cover TLT? Well, I'm not in the TLT, I'm in the TMF, okay? And I'm short from up here. And so when I made this entry, I covered half my position here. And I said, okay, I'm sticking with the rest of the position. I'll either get stopped out for a flat or I'm going to stay in it all day. So I've made the bet that I think we're going to see lower, you know, uh, I think personally we might punch lows again before the session is out. So with what I have left in TMF, I'm either going to flat it or make something, right? But it's a guaranteed winning trade because I've taken half off, set the other half for a flat stop. So I either make what I've made already or I make more or I give a little bit back. Either way. And it's with TMF right now and Tilt doing what they're doing. I'm looking at it more of a training exercise because I haven't been trading this one a lot lately. For a while there, it was good to scalp, but I mean, it's too nerve wracking, right? Um, so when I trade it now, I just trade it for the move, right? I'm not looking to make 2 or 3 pennies on it like I do in some of my other scalps. So I'm getting myself into the habit of, okay, every day, got to watch that TLT. It's going to go sideways for a little bit, then it's going to pick a direction. And as long as TLT is in the hole with no support, every day that it sets up with a nice range break, I'm going to take a stab at it. Now it's set up the exact same 2 ways for the past 2 days. And I really wasn't paying a lot of attention to it on Monday. So if it keeps setting up like this, I'm going to keep trading it in this same capacity because no one is buying the US Treasuries right now. It's kind of a big deal. So if we traders can make a little buck off the collapse of the Treasury bills, well then I'm going to have to take that. Yeah, Leanne, today, scalped a little bit of Walgreens, Nicola until they said it's not shortable anymore. The OGN was really nice. OGN was really nice off the open. A lot of BCS the other day, a little bit today. We can see we just got a little downturn. But after that gap up yesterday and that top out, this was a really fun one to scalp. Yeah, because once that topping wick was in yesterday, and it was just kind of hovering around here because that's only 3 cents from that wick to the body candle. So 90 was a really good place to get short. Then we had a little consolidation here and then another move down, and just this thing is going to probably end up grinding back all of that gap. And look, here's a perfect example of what we were just discussing on, well, for a while there, all day yesterday, it kept going. Got all the way back down to that low yesterday and is below it now. It's just taking an extra day or so. But once this level was breached, little hemming and hawing around there and a move lower and, moving forward. If we get a break through this, 770 level today, I mean, we could quickly be back to where we were before the gap occurred. Yeah, boy, they hate the pixie now. So, well, let me change my opinion. 24 for one reverse split would have put it at 24 at $1. If it goes to 50 cents, well, now we're looking at $12. What are my thoughts on oil? What's that? What's the oil? Well, I know that This is oil one or UU that's US dollar. Uh, Somebody spit out an oil ETF. I usually don't follow those. USO. There we go. I knew that. I just hadn't pulled it up in a while. Okay. Well, definitely strong as of late. I don't even know what oil's trading at per barrel right now, but it's been on the rise, as we can all see from gas prices. Okay. So, strong action from 60, man. Now we're flirting with this little level right here. So is it done? Is it going to back off a little bit? Well, it's above all the major moving averages, that's for sure. And we know that's a sign of strength. It's looking strong again today. So, what's going to dictate whether we go sideways for a little bit or attack this level? Wouldn't be surprised to see it go sideways for a few days. Of course, if it's really strong and people buy it, that could happen sooner than later. But we would need to see a close above this level here as a sign of continued strength. And then it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to this level here. So it wouldn't be surprising to see it reside in this area for a while, assuming we get a close above this area here. Yep. $100 a barrel. And I should probably, just like for the bonds, we have the TMF, TLT, and TMF. For natural gas, we have BOIL and UNG. So I'm sure there is an oil triple volatility. I don't know if that is, I don't think this is going to be very liquid. That's technology. I'm sure there is one. ETF, let's see here. Yeah, we got DRIP, which is the inverse. Yeah, okay. Which is why I see DRIP coming through. I think that's actually in my, yep, there we have it, DRIP. Okay. Just haven't really been paying attention to it, but look, very similar action here because this is the bear 2 times volatility for the USO. And then we have Gush, which is the bullish. There's some crazy names, Drip and Gush. 22. Same song, same dance, just not as high priced. And Playboy continues its descent into the hole. Ah, okay. Oil U. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, only 54,000 shares. I mean, the action is the same, but as long as the spread's not too bad, might still be a good one to trade. Probably a lot less crowded, but you can't really get crowded on these things that all mimic. They're all going to move penny for penny exactly. So, in other words, one does not necessarily lead the other. Um, this is just a more thinly traded instrument. Yeah, Brian, unfortunately, there are a gazillion of those. Be nicer if it went the other way, but you know. Okay, so you brought up crypto. I'm what you might refer to as a Bitcoin maximalist, but I have dabbled in trading other cryptos before, and one I got caught in was, was it Lumen, or I can't remember the name of it right now. I know Lumen is a stock that's traded here. Can't remember the name of that one. Anyway, it went to zero. And I got lucky and closed out a position like a day before that. And I didn't have a big position. It probably wasn't even a couple $1,000. Um, but it went to zero. Well, not zero, but like I think it's trading at 0.0001 right now. Luna, yes, Luna, not Lumen. Luna was it. It was the darling. It was the best thing since sliced crypto, and was going to revolutionize the space, and the chart was beautiful, and then everything imploded. Nope, wasn't Libra. It was Luna. All right, little time checker here. Oh wow, 9 minutes till the top of the hour already.
Oh, wow, I was right. I'm so glad you didn't say sliced bread. I love. I'm going. No, Jamie, not that corny cliche. And then you came through with sliced crypto. I love it. Seriously.
Oh goodness.
Goodness,
You know,
goodness,
who
goodness.
made sliced bread the greatest thing anyway? I mean, come on. Wasn't that
Well, I
great
guess in the
invention?
old days when you used to have maybe a real dull knife and you got a big loaf of bread and you couldn't make nice clean slices, maybe in those old days,
You
it
know,
was
in
a
the
tremendous innovation.
I need a medieval sandwich with symmetry, Barry. You
That's
know, I
right.
need
That's
that
right.
bread to have symmetry
Yeah.
because it's very important.
You know, we were
Well,
talking about innovation.
what else is new and exciting, Barry?
I'm just taking myself out of an AXGN um, long I went in on. I
Yeah,
lost a little bit on that one. I really shouldn't have done it. Now, you know what is interesting is maybe the IMVT. I mean, the IMVT is now has given it up from 44 down to 41. They're doing a financing. I could not quite see what the financing price was, but they're raising $300 million. So it's a whack of money. Didn't affect the stock today.
yeah.
And so, but it's definitely starting to give it up. And the interesting thing to me, anyway, was the fact that it was only on phase one. I know you probably know a little bit about bios, phase one, phase two, phase three. This was only phase one news, and I was stunned to see that it, kept its highs and moved up again today. But these analysts, there's some of them have been putting $50, $55 price targets on them, so I guess that's helped prop it up. But
Now, are
yeah,
they in conjunction? Are they doing something with ROIV? We were
so
talking
our
about this earlier.
ROIV owns 55% of IMVT, and then
Aha.
they are taking 150 million, 130 million. I don't know if it's 130 million shares or 130 million dollars worth of IMVT in this financing.
Yeah, because we all know typically when a financing is announced, boom, you go down, you know?
Hmm. But I guess, they're being rewarded for at least doing it up in how many times, Jamie, have we seen a financing that's done or a stock goes up to say 35, they announce a financing at 15, and you
Right,
say,
right, yeah.
man,
Uh-huh.
what's wrong with those guys? How couldn't they? How come they couldn't take advantage of a higher price? The interesting one to me though is that Pixie. When is the
Yes,
last? Seriously, when is the last time that you saw a stock do what it did when they announced they're going to do a one for whatever, one for 24,
24.
one for 24 reverse split on the 30th of September, and yet today it pops. Didn't have any other news that I could see. And when is the last time you ever saw that?
Yeah, I know.
I'm honestly, I've never seen that before. Usually, the stock will just still be at that 40 cent level. Then on the day, on the 30th, you'll see the big run because of, well, artificially it'll be up there. And maybe afterwards, sure, if they announce some news, maybe the stock runs. But I don't think I've ever seen something like that before.
Yeah, and that's what makes trading because you might see four like that in a row that actually do the same thing, but
Yeah,
you can't go, "Oh, I know what's gonna happen here." You only have an
you can
idea
never
of what's
know.
gonna happen, right?
You can never know.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, yeah, that's interesting stuff though. Every day, every single day is different. It's like truly reality TV. I mean, this is truly reality TV because we switch on our monitors, our TV, and we don't know what's going to happen.
That's true. All we do is react.
All we do is react. Exactly. So anyway, my friend, if you want to take off now, I know it's a little bit early, but if you do want to take off now, I will free you.
Yeah, no worries here.
Unless there's something you want to go over with the group.
No, I was just looking at my piece of paper here. I think I've talked about everything, and let's just take another quick little peek here before I sign off. Bear, we were talking about the SPY here.
Mm-hmm.
If my chart would
Close to that
cooperate.
200-day moving average, wasn't it? Or
Yeah,
isn't
and
it?
this little level right here butts up with this little area back here. But now, let's say say we tag 421 and then bounce back up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just don't know if these guys can stay apart for very much longer. The 200 period, you know.
Yeah.
I think they want to get together, for a little meeting and
Or a little
and then
party and
see
see
what
what happens.
happens.
Yeah.
So will that be today or tomorrow? Find out.
But Jamie, I know you listen to me sometimes, but I mean, I've said this all month. September is the worst month for the SPY or for the market in general,
Right.
historically.
Hmm.
And so I guess we shouldn't be so surprised at what's happening. And then next month is the fourth best month, which surprised me a little bit because, of course, we've had the two major crashes in stock market history in October.
Hmm.
And but historically, October has been the fourth best month, but September has been the worst month. So I guess we shouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah. Hey, action. I don't care if it's up or down. Just give me some
Yeah,
action.
give
Hmm.
me some action. Exactly. All right.
All right, very good, Barry. We'll see if TLT can pop me lows
Yeah,
here before the close too. I'm rooting
I'll
for it.
be cheering you on.
All right, Barry. We will see you next time. Goodbye,
Yes.
everybody.
Thanks for spelling me. Okay, Jamie. Thanks a lot.
No worries. I'll let you grab the screen here before I kill
Okay.
everything.
Here we go. Mr. Spy's up and running.
Okie dokie. Ciao for now.
I'm back in both rooms. Yes, back in both rooms now, guys. Oh man, so I was saying to Jamie, I kind of broke a bit of a rule. I decided to take that AXGN. I'm out of it. Took a little loss on it. It showed up on the daily reversal at 505. I wasn't expecting much. I went into this trade thinking, you know what, if I make a nickel or whatever on it, I'll be reasonably happy. But didn't do it. Took a loss on it. 3 cent, 4 cent loss on it. And now normally I wouldn't have taken that trade because when I look left, I saw 516. But you know what? Maybe this will be one of those ones that just doesn't care. Not really out of boredom, perfect. It was more out of, okay, I missed out on the up earlier. And I thought, well, with a very tight stop on this. I mean, I didn't get hurt on it, that's for sure, but probably shouldn't have taken it. But again, it was just a very tight stop. So what is this one doing? Energy services. I think I have seen this one in the past. It's a nice break, not very much volume, 127,000 shares. That is 5 times normal. This is ESOA. And yeah, I mean, it's it's actually a pretty strong stock, 86%. It's in the upper range of its lifetime high. Now, Drora, I'm seeing your question. Now, what do I think about FFIE? Oh, you're asking me what they have done is legal? Question mark. A reverse split, one for 83 weeks ago, dropped after the split, 14 to 1. So I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, are you asking me, is it legal in terms of what they're doing? I mean, I don't think they're probably not illegal. Is it morally wrong? Maybe. Do you not like it? Maybe. But is it wrong? It's like the stocks that do a financing mid market. Is it legal? Sure, it's legal. I hate the fact that they stocks will do that. But so your question is, I mean, is it legal? Sure, I'm sure it's legal. You might not like what they're doing, but I don't. They're probably not breaking any laws. Look what's happening with Morph now. Morph is actually having finally having a bit of a bounce. MORF having a bounce. It did get down below yesterday's close, but down underneath 20, but it's finally having a bit of a bounce. But do we trust it? I mean, that's the whole thing right now. Do we trust this bounce? It's showing up on the option scanner. 2138 was the alert. Okay, so it's 20 cents above that. It's not too far away. Obviously, it's got room if it wants to keep running a bit. The next high is 2362. So I mean, it's got $2 to that next high. But do we really trust this to keep moving? Remember, I mentioned Vista earlier, VIST. Let's see what it did since then. Yeah, this is an all-time high. Yeah, VIST is an all-time high. Real ugly looking daily chart, except for today, breaking free of all this bad stuff over here. Look at that chopping up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails on the daily chart. But it's having a pretty decent day. Maybe take a run at 30. 4 million shares available though to short at Interactive Brokers. I just don't trust anything right now. See if there's any news on this. This energy raises their vaca muerta planned spending. Dead cow? Vaca muerta? Any Spanish speaking people in the room? Is that how you would translate that? Of course, you might say vaca, not the V, sort of a B. Vaca muerta? Yeah, I'm right, aren't I? Yeah, isn't that dead cow? Crazy, kind of a crazy name, but so where are they out of? They're out of Mexico, okay. Gotta be some reason why they named that this. Gotta be something in the so this is a Mexican company, but they're working in Argentina. Well, this is really well, I guess it would help if I took my sound toggle off, but there's the Morph guys, MORF, trying to do a bit of mini recovery. Look at that Milken now, MLKN now. It is just doing absolutely nothing. MLKN, it's just basing. I don't know where PJ is, but I normally say something like, I don't think this will stay here for the rest of the day. It's going to go one way or the other. Cato. How can you look at this and not think of OJ? Cato, CATO. Next high looking left, 850, 858, 20 cents away from that high. There, the FFIE continues its descent. Boy, down 38% now. Probably understanding that there was no reason for this lift. Okay, really no reason. I think maybe is that when they did their reverse split, and there was really no reason for this lift. Now reality is setting in. Or the Green Hornet. You're right. I always forget about the Green Hornet. Hornet. The Green Hermit. The Green Hornet. Well, guys, I don't think that LRE is going to do it. However, tomorrow, you never know. Tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, it'll take out that high. So, what I do is just put a price alert. Around 735. That's the high today, and see maybe tomorrow, maybe in a slightly better market, maybe it takes out that high and has a run. Remember, it's only got a million in the float or a million issued. but this is not a certainly not a winner today. Now, CSTM, what has this done since? Okay, now this is coming right into 1720, which is the next high looking left. If it takes it out, it's got a shot to the 1770 mark. See if this has any news actually for Constellium. Hmm. Not to be skeptical or anything, but so the CEO of Morph, I don't know if this is new news or just today, but on a leave of absence due to an emergency medical event. Well, we don't want to be skeptical or anything, but well, it's really interesting. Knee as opposed to NEP. I mean, knee was the one. NEP, I mean, they're linked. Obviously, they're linked. Next era, NEE, but NEE, for whatever reason, continued to move down, and NEP had a bit of a pop. I don't know exactly the relationship between the two of them. I mean, they share the same name and all, but William, are you going to hang around till 4, or are you going to pack it in? I wouldn't blame you if you packed it in, but you're going to pack it in. You'll hang around, okay? More power to you. So again, I just asked William. So at 3 o'clock Eastern time, I typically shut myself down. Okay, but William has graciously extended the room for the last several weeks now. I guess a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, to 4 o'clock. I won't be on the mic. You won't see my screen, but you guys can still talk amongst yourselves if you haven't had enough. Oh, okay, MUNS is at the bell or after the bell. Okay. Well, Real mentioned this PHG earlier, and yeah, okay. They try to defend themselves. So far, not working. So this is a short seller. Some short seller came in and I think and piled in on them. Basically saying Phillips kept complaints about dangerous breathing machines secret while company profits soared. A very eye-catching headline out of the Netherlands. Well, let's see, guys. I mean, if this takes out 20, the next low underneath is 1969, looks like, on the weekly chart. Okay, thank you, Casa. So that's the reason for NEEE. So they're diluting something or well, let's see for fun. Let's see what MU is doing ahead of their earnings release. Sure, it's not great. Yeah, I mean down 1%. So they have earnings. Yeah, I mean you're right, Poe. I mean that is a very they don't mince words, do they, in that headline? So if it's not true, you would think that PHG will say we're going to sue them. But I think it was a short seller also. I'm trying to remember who it was. It's somebody I'm not familiar with. So here's what the street is saying about Micron ahead of earnings, except I don't have that article. Well, there is Aspen, ASPN, but look at this, getting so close now to that 200-day moving average. Lots of shorts available, 340,000 at Interactive Brokers. I was going to actually say something about that. Trade swings, I mean, everybody has a different trading style. Okay. Everybody has a different trading style. Yeah, personally, I don't look at stocks under a dollar, but I would never belittle anybody who, if you can find a way to make money on penny stocks, go for it. It's not my thing, but I was going to actually step in and say something about that, but FinFed further is kind of well, I don't want to call it defended himself, but yeah, I mean, listen, there's all sorts of different trading styles out there. Boy, you would think this is going to run into steam right here. This Aspen ASPN. Look at that 200-day looming above. Looking left, some highs. Just a word about the color coding you see here, guys. Anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. Anything in brown, a suggestion to short. Okay. And obviously here, these are all stocks that are moving up on momentum, but ugly. Look at this Cato. I mean, look how ugly it is. This intrigues me, if this gets down to 1990, I may take a short. I'm talking about the PHG. If we think it's hard enough on some days, especially for me anyway, I don't can't speak for everybody, but to be an insta day trade, think of my Instapot, the intraday trader. Think about how tough it must be to be a swing trader right now. I can't imagine what you guys are doing. Anybody who's a swing trader, you have to be highly, highly, highly selective and kind of lucky. Okay, guys, look at Morph. So, a reasonable alert for Morph, 12:56, just as I was getting out of my break, 12:30, 21:38 was the alert, and it's at 21:80 now. So that was actually pretty good. Guys, keep an eye on that PHG. I mean, it's giving up now. All about a headline. The next low looking left on the weekly is, it's got a little bit of room, 1960 or so. And the reason I bring that up, of course, it's because we get so many questions. Do you have a good swing trading scan? I mean, today's environment, especially if you just want to go long, not that I would want to go short, like swing trade short, but you want to go long on a swing trade, like I have no idea what you do if that's all you want to do. Meanwhile, guys, IMVT, boy, IMVT finally really giving it up now. We're a 10% drop from the highs. But what's interesting is ROIV is not dropping. And remember, they own, I don't know what their ownership is now, but we'll say it's about 55% of IMVT. And they just took, Okay, so they're 170 million shares. I was wrong. I thought that was 170 million dollars. So they intend to sell 170 million shares to its parent company, ROIV. Yeah, Calvin, I'm trying not to be a conspiracy theorist on that one. Okay. I'm trying not to be. I don't want to, read, but I think, it does look suspicious. This is what we're talking about, the CEO taking a leave of absence for medical reasons. I mean, after what happened, maybe brought on by I mean, I don't know. Probably seeing a fortune wiped out or certainly decreased. Morph guys, but you know what? That was a nice move, guys. That was a nice move. Nice move and getting a little bit better. Certainly moving against the market. MORF moving against the market. Well, the next high looking left is 2362, so it still has room. Oh, look at this market. Remember the SPY, I think the 200 moving average is around 418. And we still have how many days left? 2 days left. So just got today into, I'm sorry, we're only Wednesday, aren't we? So we have today and 2 more days for September to end. Exactly. Good riddance to September. Jamie was talking about Playboy in the YouTube room. Remember when this was $60? 80 cents now. 80 cents. Did the IPO back here? This is an IPO day, I think, right back here. Got up to $63. Wow. And there's still tons of shares available. 2 million to short. The market's open. There are no market holidays, I don't think, anyway, until for you guys. And I don't think there's one until your Thanksgiving. I don't think so. Definitely, Columbus Day is not a market holiday. I know if you live in Boston, it's a holiday for people, but am I right? There's you guys. There are no market holidays in October. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, so not until boy, we still have a ways to go then. Almost 2 months before a market holiday. Your Thanksgiving is what usually the last weekend in November. Look at Morph guys. Okay, well at least this one worked. Fourth Thursday. Okay, there you go. So we still have almost 2 months before a market holiday. It's a long time between holidays, Labor Day and then your Thanksgiving. We are way more civilized in Canada. We like to have at least one holiday every month. Morph guys. Okay, well that man, okay, it worked. I had my doubts, but it did work. I keep waiting on this PHG guys to see if it gets back. Maybe 1990. That's will probably get me into a short of PHG. Then I can put a $20 stop on it. Well, 10-cent stop. How many shares available now? SLNO at Interactive Brokers. They wrote up a couple 100,000 early today. Yeah, still a couple 100,000 at Interactive Brokers. They just don't have the resolve to do it. But good for you, Ori. I guess you're in this short. So again, guys, there was the alert for Morph right there, 21.38, so almost a dollar. I'm not in right there, but at least did something today that kind of worked. Remember, I was in a short of SNN early on, took myself out of it. Tal's been strong. Tal, TAL, and probably EDU, a couple of China education stocks. They have been strong today. Hmm, this is interesting. So Tal is running, has kept running. EDU was great at the very beginning of the day, but look at the sell-off, and yet Tal has not. Okay, guys, maybe a little bit something here for the CSTM. It's been very strong. It's taken out the high of 2 days ago. The next high looking left is 1763. So there's about 40 cents to that next high. Again, it's been strong all day. It's been running counter to the market, of course. Well, I tried to get some actually at 1723 and they just wouldn't fill me. I went mid, it was 1722, 1724, the bid ask. I was trying to, get a little bit cute and get a mid, but I hung there I saw some trades go through, but I must have been in a queue. Not that it's a big deal, 1 penny. I was just trying to, I'll get it at 1722. That's the CSTM. Wow, this is still moving, guys. Again, room until, not saying it's getting there, obviously, but 2362. This is the best move I've seen all day in virtually anything. Seriously, on the upside anyway, that I've seen. Not saying there's nothing else, but all right. I've taken some off at 50. Okay. That whole number, not the whole number, but that 50 cent level. I don't want to risk. It's been sometimes a little bit spready. And again, for all the reasons that had that, the horrible 2 days, they're still there. NIR I saw it, but as you know, Calvin, I don't trade, not, I shouldn't say I just don't trade ones under a dollar. I did see it though. Guys were talking about it in the YouTube room. Well, we've got two going in opposite directions now, FFIE and Morph. Look at this. Now there is a trend down. I typically do not short these really, really cheap stocks. That was the issue for me. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So I'm muting myself. All right, guys, I'm back. Is there an offering yet for SLNO? Don't see one. Look at ARM, guys. This is getting weaker. ARM, ARM, getting weaker. Underneath 52 now. I think it's critical for this one to try to hold 50. It tried a couple of days to get down below 50. Remember, the IPO price was 51. So, after that big excitement, a couple of days of excitement when it came out. So, again, is the question, have they done an offering? Not that I can see. But I would not, I'd be stunned if they don't do one at some point. Ugh, PhD, just not. Oh man, I was hoping it would get down to about 1990. I wanted to short that one. This would have been a nice one. I just didn't do it. IMVT. Oh, I talked about it up here, but just did not take that short for IMVT. You know what is starting to drift down a little bit now, guys, is that MLKN, one of the few earnings plays. A little disappointing, I guess, that it didn't, keep rocketing. So it's up 27%, but it got up to a level and it just couldn't break through. The high today was 25.30, and when you look left, what do you see? 25.27, 25.27. That was the next high looking left, and that's just sort of stopped it in its tracks. Man, meanwhile, Morph, wow. I mean, it took some out at the 50-cent level, but you would think that yesterday's high will block it. 23.62. It's still got a ways to go. Oh yeah, VFS. Haven't seen that one hit my scanner for a while now. That Vietnamese EV. Yeah, interesting. There are shorts available, but remember, there was no reason for this. That's more to the point. I mean, it never should have done this. Well, guys, my sound alert on my abnormal option activity scanner is, oh man, and that's what this is. Oh man, every time Every time it makes a new high, that's what I hear. And remember, what trade it is, you can put different sound alerts on your different scanners. So when you hear a sound, you know which scanner to look at. Well, this one is still kind of strong. This CSTM is not giving it up at all. You know, a couple of, well, that 15-minute candle might have been a little injurious if you were in it, but, you know, basically pretty strong. The trend is up and there's still room. 1763 is the next high looking left. And on the weekly chart, even a little higher, up to about almost 18. So CSTM, I mean, it has a shot. It's not really following the market at all. Yeah, remember I had this one a long time ago. CWEN is a short. I got didn't like it anymore, but what did I get in at? Was that at yeah, it really hasn't moved that much. Okay, guys, it may be over for Morph. I've taken most of it off now. At 23 might be too tough. This MLKN guys drifting down now. MLKN is just basically drifting down. This did not do the same thing that Steelcase did. Steelcase was basically strong all day, but Steelcase did not have the same type of resistance when you look left. And what's the VWAP? 2458. So it's below the VWAP now. Also, MLKN below the VWAP. Look at the power of this whole number. I mean, PHG just will not budge off 20. Just won't budge. I mean, it got down to what, 1994, and that's it. Oh man, Morph. Why did I doubt you? Okay, next high. I mean, 23.62. Let's see, 108,000 shares available and Interactive Brokers to short. I mean, if it gets close to this, it's close to this high yesterday. I'm still looking. Wow, this is talk about bottom fishing, guys, for the morph. I mean, I did, it was way down here at 1979. So what is it? Tacked on about $3.50 or so. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys, I'm eating an apple. Done. Right, done. Sorry, with the more. All right, I'm back. So that was fun. You man, I mean, it got relatively close to the high of yesterday. 2162 was the high. Sorry, 2362, and it got up to 2325, and then that within about 40 cents, and then it just stopped. Oh, Michael, I didn't see your question. I didn't see your question. Maybe you asked while I was on my break between 12 and 1. So, answer to your layout question, and how do I lock my spy chart? Okay, well, I can tell you how to lock a chart. That's pretty simple. With all our charts, there are just two. There are more, but I mean, I'm going to keep it very simple. Two options: you either have symbol linking or you don't. So, if I right click on a chart, okay, just pick any chart, right click on it, hover down, go to properties, and then a box will pop up on the side, and it says symbol linking. Okay, so it's either now make sure it does say link to all, and because another box will pop up. It should say linking link to all. That is the default. But you notice here, symbol linking, I have it checked. Well, that means when I click on a symbol, these three will change. They're all linked. Whereas the spy, if I look at the spy, right click, properties. Now, what unfortunately what's happening is it's popping up on my other monitor, but the symbol linking is unchecked. Okay, it's unchecked. So that's why when I click on an alert, this does not change. That's number one. Okay. Does that answer your question about how do I keep the spy chart as the spy chart? Just basically just uncheck symbol linking. Properties, uncheck symbol linking. Okay. Now the next thing about my layout. So I don't share the layout as such. I mean, you can have everything you see here, not the charts, because your charts these may not be the time frames you want. But as far as these two scans are concerned, you can have them. What I like to do is, opposed to just creating a layout, I leave it up to the individuals to pick and choose what scans they might like. Okay, so if you go to my home page, click on my home page, and then scroll down, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you get to the scan section, which is the middle section. So you click here, and then here are the scans that I'm sharing that you can see. The abnormal option activity is here. Momentum, Momo is here. If you want my single stock window, I mean, this is just customizable. This is what I like to see. It is here. Where is it? Single stock window is there. And the Halts resumes is here. So you can, but I do have some other scans that I have on my other monitors that you can take a look at. This is the one that gave me, oops, right here, I have the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. You can see not many alerts because they're, very tough filters in here. Okay. So does that all make sense? What is a bullish put call ratio? So I think I thought I had that as I guess I didn't. Well, if you look at the put call ratio, So puts are on top, calls are on the bottom. Okay. So let's just make it super simple. If you had one put versus four calls, so the smaller that number would be the very bullish. No, I can't tell you what's going to be. I don't really look at the ratio so much in this scanner. I don't really care. I just want to know all the like the total number of contracts. But it's the puts number of puts divided by the number of calls. So obviously, the fewer number of puts versus more calls, that ratio will be small. Okay, makes sense. That'll be a small number. Well, no, if it's okay, again, there's more to it as William is pointing out, if somebody is selling puts, it's bullish. Okay. So you can't just I don't really look at the ratio. I'll be honest. I don't look at the ratio so much. But if that in theory, if you forget about selling puts and buying calls and all that, which is, you really can't, but if you do, the smaller that number in theory, the more bullish it's going to be. Because remember, you're dividing the puts, you're taking the number of puts divided by the number of calls. So if you had one put and you had four calls, that's 20.25, right? If you had 10 puts and 100 calls, that's point 0.1. So then as that number, so the smaller that number, in theory, the more bullish it is. But it's hard to do a direct correlation because, as William is saying, sometimes you're selling puts or maybe you're buying calls, so it can get skewed. I don't pay any attention to it, but the ratio is puts divided by calls. So obviously, the smaller that number, there are more calls and puts in theory. Looking at it another way, I mean, if you had 100 puts versus 10 calls, 100 divided by 10 would be 10. So that would be very, in theory, bearish. So the higher that number, the more bearish it is. And if you just look at the straight ratio, but there is more to it than that. Yeah, as Phoenix is pointing out, the put call ratio yesterday for the SPY was over 2, which would signify, means twice as many puts than calls. So Jose, just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage and click on it and scroll down until you see the scan section. And here it is, the 10-day daily breakout and down. Okay, they're individual, so you can have there's the don't repeat of both. So it's not looking like this. This is a doc version of it. Not everybody wants the don't repeat. Not everybody wants to short. Remember these are short ideas in the pink, long ideas in the green. So you can have your pick of what you want. Okay. All right, PHG. Again, I don't know how dynamic this is going to be anymore, but it's now just slightly under 20. I keep looking maybe for a 1990 on the bid ask. It's been a tremendous spread, great spread, only a penny, so that's not an issue. Well, Ori, I think it was you that is shorting SLNO. Well, it takes out 20, look out below. Okay, Luca, good luck. Yeah, I don't follow Elliott Wave at all, Caruso. I don't follow it at all. So I really don't have an opinion. Okay. It's not that I don't, but I just don't follow Elliott Wave principle and socioeconomic theory of finance. I just don't follow it. I'm a very simple trader. I just really price and volume, and that's it. That's not to say anybody who follows Elliott Wave that you can follow it and make sense and great, but I just don't follow it. So it's not that so I just don't have an opinion on it at all. The question from our YouTube room. More than likely, Elliott Wave is more for if you're going to do swing trading. I'm assuming. I guess you can maybe you can look at Elliott Wave intraday, but yeah, I just don't. I just don't do that at all. If you want to, if you can remember this, on Tuesdays in our YouTube room, Michael Noss is in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And I know he's a CMT, and I know they study Elliott Wave. I don't know if he uses it. In fact, let me just for fun ask Michael if he uses it. Or Chris, because they're both Michael has got his CMT, which is past his first course, I think. I'll just ask the question, okay? I'll see what either of them have to say regarding Elliott Wave if they actually use it. All right. Well, here is your answer, Caruso. I'll have to delete or I'll have to family it up. But Michael Noss and Chris. So Michael Noss is a CMT. He's passed. It's a 3-year course that he's passed. Chris, I think, is passed his first course. Michael Noss's first reaction was, again, I'll family it up. Yuck. They are taking it out of the CMT slowly since it's been proven to be, and then a bad word. Okay. So there's your answer from a couple of guys who have studied CMT. No, I'm not trying to sit here and say that or CMT, Elliott Wave. I'm not trying to say if anybody is using Elliott Wave and they can find a way to make money on it, great. But that is the answer from a couple of people who have actually studied it and they don't use it. So gotta know your audience, John. Never know who's in here. I'm not really a choir boy, but got to make sure that we keep it nice and polite and clean. Okay, guys, we've got about 40 minutes left. Yeah, that's way more than a pullback. I just couldn't pull the string on the short of it. That's way more than a pullback, though. You're right. This is a big sell now. I just couldn't pull the string on it. I was very, very happy to see it run like it did from the option scanner. This is a day, actually, guys. I've said this in the past. Sometimes in the afternoon you get better setups. Things have been chopping around for a while, and then in the afternoon it gets maybe slightly better setups. Like CSTM. Now WHLR. Ooh, this has got some room, man. Oh man, this has got a ton of room, guys. Look at that float, though. Okay, very, very low float, 609,000 in the float. Very, very low. It's at the high. Well, it's a little bit above the high of yesterday. And then it's at the high of 2 days ago. When you look left, the next high is 406. Oh man, what's the spread like? But if you're going to take it, just be awfully careful because of that spread or because of that float. Yeah, they're making it untradeable. 350, 317, 330, your bid ask. So I've got to shy away from that. I mean, listen, if it goes up to 4, that won't matter, but I don't know what's going up to 4. Yeah, I'd like to elaborate on the server sort. I hate it, Caruso, but okay, if there is a tie, it'll look at the server sort as the sort of the tiebreaker and give it a little more weight. What I would do in server sort is put it on price. That's what I do. I mean, we have to use it because it's there in a top list. I usually just put it on price. I don't put it on anything else. But let's just say there was a tie. Okay, you're looking at stocks that are up, two stocks that are up 3% exactly, and your server sort is on volume. So how it would rank the one that has more volume above the one that has lesser volume, if that makes sense. I don't like it So typically what I find is if I just put it on price, it'll overall give me the results that I'm looking for. Okay. If that makes sense. I really don't like the server sort. And then as far as the record count goes, I mean, it because we get the question a lot. I have a top list window. How come this stock is not showing up even though it's up a lot? Ah, yes. Even though this stock is up a lot. And a lot of it is because of the server sort. And then when you put it on price, put that server sort on price, I would say 9 times out of 10 you'll see it. Or if you up the record count, maybe your record count is 100. Well, let's just take a look at my watch list as an example. Maybe if you go to the time frame and then set record count, okay? So if you upped it to, this is at 100, if you upped it to say, 200 or 300, more than likely you would see a stock that you would have thought would have showed up. But I just hate having to do that, okay? I know it's not a great explanation, but that's why I always put my server sort on price, okay? I put it on price, and that seems to combat any anomalies that you might find. Okay. And that's the problem, Caruso. Yeah, you up depending on how many top lists you have. Okay. I mean, our record count can, in theory, be set up to 1,000, but that can really bog down your system, especially you've got several of them top lists, and you run the record count to 1,000. I usually hold it at 100, but I don't actually have too many top lists open. In fact, I only have one. But that can be, yeah, it can be a problem because you have to think of what the system is doing. Every 30 seconds or so, it is going through a huge list of stocks and updating it. So and if it has to go through 1,000 and you've got 3 or 4 top lists like that, it can really bog your system down. Okay, guys, 224. So yeah, great time to ask questions too. I love getting questions. I really do. It keeps my keeps my mind active, especially in a day in which I'm not doing too much. Okay, guys, if you took this one, the CSTM, remember what we were talking about? The next high is 1763. This has been a really nice little move here. And right from the option scanner, took a while. There's the alert, 11:57. No, I did not take it at 1707. Why? Yeah, why? Oh, I know why, because I looked at this high right here at 1720. I'm very, very conservative. But had I taken it at 1707, that's a nice little percentage move to 1742. But, I'm always looking left, and I thought that 1720 was too close to 1707, could stall it. And, look what it did for quite a while. This is about half an hour worth around that 1720 mark. For me, that's quite a while. For you, somebody who swing trades, I think, well, you crazy? That's not a long time. MGAM. Let's take a look at MGAM. I remember MGAM, MGAM. Because I have to add an M. Why did I think it was over $1? I thought it was well over $1 this one. Well, that's because it was at one point. I remember this one, this crazy one. This is back in, is it that long ago? It's a year ago. A year ago. My goodness, a year ago. Because I do remember MGAM. One of those crazy ones that just went crazy. Well, went crazy for a day or two. Anyway, I don't trade these, but for those of you who like to play sub $1 stocks, with the volume coming in, well, I guess if you had taken Tal right off the bat, basically one of the only stocks that I've seen like this, basically a very nice move up, a couple of bottom tails that might have shaken you out of some of your position, but now this is coming into that red line right there. That, if I scroll back on my daily chart, I would see a high there. If I can find it. There it is. So on that day, this is back January 12th. That is the next high looking left. That is what that red line signifies. Okay, so PHG actually is going the other way now a little bit. So it did not do what I wanted it to do. I wanted to see if it could get down to 1990 or so. I was going to take a short. Even the market's putting a little bit of a pop here. Yeah, UTS. I do see UTS up here. UTZ, UTZ, UTZ. So the next high is about 20 cents away. I don't know. Is that to me? It's a little too. If the next high had been up here around 1470, that would be way more attractive to me for the UTZ. Yeah, I'm gonna have to not look at this WHLR. I don't want to get tempted. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Yeah, Bryce, I don't, or Perfect Circle. I know you asked a couple of questions yesterday to Michael. What did he say, and what did Jamie say? I mean, I like to look at candles, but I don't look at patterns like spinning babies or all these dragonfly midsections. I don't look at anything like that. Okay, I know there are all these weird candle formations with all these names. I know I just made those up, but I do pay attention to topping. But because I'm more intraday, I'm paying more attention to topping tails, breaks out of consolidation with volume. Not that we've seen too many like that today. I actually said spinning babies, but that's okay. I don't think I said skinning babies, but I know there's a spinning top, but I just don't pay any attention to that. I know we have them all in, they're in our symbol list. We have a whole bunch of them. Wow, CSTM. Okay, get closer to this. Spitting babies, you're right. Spitting babies. All right, let's just take a look at a few of them now that we're into the levity time of the day. And I know there are a ton more, but here we go. So this is all in alphabetical order. I mean, some make, bearish engulfing, but dark cloud cover, dragonfly doji, gravestone. Uh, I know what the hanging man, long-legged doji, I mean, but there are a ton more, these are just some of the ones that we have a symbol list on the daily. But I'll be honest, I've never paid any attention to any of them. Wow, see it, boy, guys. I mean, hope some of you took this because this, after kind of hanging around the that 17 and getting over 1721, that's what kind of made up my mind on this. And again, 1763 is the next high looking left. Even Aspen, I didn't take Aspen, but even Aspen is probably is not bad. Original alert at 790, 1128 was the time, 790. So, it's up to 821, a little bit choppy, not as nice as the CSTM, but, trend was up. And boy, the market, yeah, yay, the market's putting in a nice couple of big green candles so far. I've already taken some of this off, guys, but I'm almost getting set to dump my entire position. I don't, I'm worried that it will take out the 1766. I mean, if it did, then 818 is sort of your next high, but I don't have the faith it's going to take that out. So having said that, I'm out of everything now in the CSTM. Okay, give me way more than I thought. Okay. So let's see what Shady is doing now. MLNK. So I still have a price alert. And probably won't take it out though. I'm sorry, that should be MLKN. Probably won't take it out today. Be interesting to see if it does it tomorrow though. Because I remember Steelcase had a couple of nice days. Not that Milken is going to do the same thing, but Steelcase. This was Steelcase's earning day. This is on the 20th, and it's still strong. It's still strong, and obviously exactly the same sector, office furniture. So that's why tomorrow I'll watch this one to see if it takes out this. Again, I just don't think it's going to do it today. Because it's got to get up to 25.15. Yeah, we knew what you were talking about shading. Somebody said that Riven is on mini fire today. Yeah, no kidding. This did not show up any one of my scans, and the reason being is that the relative volume is too low, 1.22. Relative volume in these, at least three, and in my 10-day daily breakout, not that that would have been a 10-day daily breakout, it has to be 8. So I'm not going to see that there, but just because it has a low relative volume doesn't mean that it's not a mover. My guess, yeah, I'm just looking to see if yeah. So I'm trying to incorporate some aspects of this market scope, this and glancing at it every now and then because it will pick up stocks that I'm not seeing because of some of my filters. And again, doesn't there's a ribbon there as an example. Okay. So again, this is part of our new website, and you just click on Market Scope, and the default is to change from the close. This is on the Market Scope, but you can actually, and this is a crawl, of course, biggest gainers, biggest losers. I typically like to change it to the change from the open. You'll get a different look, of course. But you can also go down to our top lists. And if you want to see the biggest losers, so this is very good, I think, for people who, number one, don't want to have to create any scan at all, don't want to even load one of mine or take a look at any scan. We're sort of delivering these types of scans to you. It's part of our standard service. So if you clicked on our homepage link and got into the market dashboards or to the top list, or let's take a look at the alerts. That's there already. Okay, they're both there. So oh, that's what it was. It comes up there. So multi-strategy window, new daily highs, new daily lows. Okay. The problem, at least now they do have the volume here. I'm not sure if they had the volume here before, because what I was seeing is some stocks that are, just not trading very much. Look at this SPY action, guys. So you can see right now, not a lot of new daily lows as the SPY is doing this. So what this is good for, again, if you have access to this, if you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, if you clicked on it, and you've never done this before, what you would see is 50-minute delayed data. Click here for live data. That's probably what you see. Now, the problem is doing that. If you have our downloadable application or your web-based version, you will get disconnected from that version. And you'll only be able to see this. In other words, only one at a time. I can see it because I've got 2 accounts. And if you don't have trade ideas at all, then it'll say 15-minute time delay, then click here for a subscription. Something like that, okay? This crawl, of course, can be stopped at any time. And again, I think this is good for people, again, you don't want to take out, or don't want to learn about how to create their own scans. They don't want to, take scans from me. They just want it super, super simple. So we're sort of delivering this data to you. Now you still have to know how to trade. What are you going to do with this? A little insert here. You can pick your time frame and your chart. This looks pretty interesting, actually. LAZR. Trip TRP. Let's take a look at TRP. See, it's just too close for me. Look at, again, I'm probably not going to do anything anyway. I only have about 15 minutes left for me. But even if this were earlier, when I look left for TRP, the next high is 36.35. You're at 36.12 now. That to me is way too close. But had the next high been 36.78, that would have been a lot better, or up here. More room to run before it hits a high. You guys give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, question in our YouTube room: how do you show when the market reversed? Well, I mean, here's my SPY chart right here. You can see the reversals kind of started when it took out 423. Okay, now it didn't absolutely mean that, of course, that we're going to see these two giant candles, but so I'm not sure that answers your question exactly. But I mean, that certainly, I mean, that's why I have a SPY chart up all the time. That sort of tells me, the market conditions. Does that answer your question? This is somebody from our YouTube room. Any reason for that sudden reversal? No idea. Maybe your government is getting close to a, I don't know, I know there's talk about the government shutdown and all that. Is there any alert that I use? Not really. I mean, okay, if I have been watching, I mean, I don't care so much about because I'm more interested in individual stocks. Okay, now a lot of these stocks they don't care what the market was doing before or after this. But if I were in tune maybe with the market, maybe what I would have done is just put a price alert, around 423, seeing if this was sort of the low and see if it took that out. And that might have signified a turn in the market. But I mean, nothing was going to predict this was going to happen. Not after, the last couple of days. I mean, remember the Dow is still down a little bit. NAS is up a little. SPY is still, flat. So I mean, this isn't. We're not saying this is the end. That now the market's all rosy again. But because I don't trade stocks typically that care so much about what the market's doing, the Amazons and the Metas and all Apples and all that. So no, I don't have an alert that says. Anyway, no alert would say this. Okay, tell you that this was going to happen. Well, look at the volume, though. I mean, the minute you start seeing volume like this, though, too, this is the biggest volume bar of the day. So I don't know if this is anything to do with it. McConnell saying he's comfortable with the Senate spending bill. I have no idea. I don't know if that just came out. It's hitting my in 1430 at 236, which sort of corresponds to this. So I don't know if that's the reason. All I would do really is just have a SPY chart up and just follow it. And the minute, I would have looked at this and said, okay, I mean, if I really wanted to follow what the market was doing, I would have put maybe a price alert. You can see, if you can see my SPY chart, you can see we have a couple of tops right there at 423.34. So maybe just put a price alert a little bit above these, which might have signified that, okay, we're going to have a bit of a rally. Never would predict this. I mean, we do have a couple, but again, I don't know if you can really, if it's going to be effective to do, but let's just take a look. Um, okay. So you could, the change in the SPY in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 30 today. So, I mean, if you were looking, I've never used this, but the change in the 5 minute SPY, put a percentage on it. But that could have been down here. Okay. I mean, you don't know where it's coming from. Luca, you're going to be happy with your IMVT short, I think, still. I don't know if you got stopped out. Maybe not. Okay, guys, I've got about. No, I'll always stay after 3 o'clock if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I'll probably wrap this up for me at around 3. What I want to do though is I want to put the main room link into the YouTube room. So if you guys, there it is. So if you guys want to head over to our main room, hmm, for some reason I've got an error. I got one of those errors in trying to post the link into YouTube. Well, I'm not going to worry about it too much because, yeah, sorry about that. So all I can do, I mean, if you were that keen, I can put the YouTube link in here. If you do want to head over, okay, and you can just take a screenshot of this. It's just not allowing me to post. I know there's a way I'd have to kind of redo something within YouTube. I can't remember, Pepe. I just can't remember. Possible that all I have to do is this, and then maybe, in fact, I think that's, yeah, I think that's done it. Or I may have screwed everybody up in YouTube. I think I can post here. Yeah, I just can't. Oh, wait a minute. Pop it out. All right, you guys still in YouTube? All right. Did I accidentally close it down? That worked? Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, now I can post the link. So if you do want to head over to the main room, and the main room is this, okay? Just more, there's more action, more traders in the room, more action amongst traders. There's just not as much action in our YouTube room. YouTube is fine, I guess, if you just want to hear me and you don't care about talking or interacting with other traders. Do I have an RSI alert below 30? Do I have one? Do I use one? No. I mean, you can easily do it yourself, but I don't. But I don't have one. I don't have a. Well, before I say that, let me just see. Maybe I have one that I just don't use it, but maybe I've got one still. Let me see what I've got for RSI. No, I don't have anything on RSI. But I mean, it's simple enough to do. I mean, if you just want to find stocks where the RSI is less than 30, you just start off either in an alert window or a topless window. Search RSI. Now, just pick your time frame. Let's take a 15-minute. Add the filter. So if you want the max RSI to be 33, so it'll be anything under 33. So that's all you do. And then after that, just add your price range you want, your minimum volume that you want, and all those other things that you would want. But that's all you would have to do. Just put 33. Pick your time frame, of course. What time frame, what RSI time frame you want, and just put 33 in the max. And then just set up, everything else that you like to see in terms of, again, price range, minimum volume, etc. But I don't know. I don't have anything canned. Schlumberger looking good. SLB from our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, it's an energy play. Energy has been really strong today. Has about $1 to the next high. I'm sorry, it does not have $1 to the next high. The next high looking left is 6104. But I know this is maybe not, it's probably not part of XLE, but look at XLE. Actually, had a little bit of dip here at 115, but look at XLE rocking. So look what happened with the CSTM guys. So this got up to 1756, and the next high looking left was 1763. So within 7 cents. I mean, look at these little topping tails. I mean, that's why, does it work every single time? Of course not. But that's why I just have trained myself to just keep looking left, looking left. Where is that next high? And that's where I think it could stall. So that next high has to be far enough away for me to be able to take the trade with a proper risk reward. And if it isn't, I don't take the trade. Actually, somebody said that the SPY went crazy on the positive side during the last shutdown. I don't think I can bring up. Well, maybe I can. No, I can't. Well, that's a month, right? So see if I can go back and just check. Yeah, it's going to be all. Now, you probably meant December 22nd to January 18, 2019, right? Because this is what I see right there. Sorry, right there. So right before the month before it was dropping, and then all of a sudden, yeah, okay. So that is that's the monthly candle for the SPY during, and that wow, did that really shut down for almost a month? And then look afterwards, then we had this drop, but that's the pandemic. That's the pandemic drop. So if we didn't have a pandemic, more than likely this would have just kept moving. So is that going to happen this time if there's a shutdown? Of course, we don't know, but and that ends my little stint, guys. Unless there are any other questions. If there's another question, I'll hang around. Otherwise, I will shut myself down. I'll keep the room open, of course. So, any questions? Actually, that's where I'm sorry. I forgot to put the link in the other room. So that's the trading room link, guys. I put it in the main room. So that's the trading room link. Those of you who are in YouTube right now, you want to go into the main room, you can. It'll be open till a little after 4. I think William said he'll keep it open at least until Micron has earnings. Typically, they'll probably release right around 4. All right. I do not see any other questions. So thanks a lot, guys, for all the help. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll get on the mic at 9. The main room will be open no later than 8, but I'll get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Just have to remember not to shut the room down. But my screen sharing is gone. We'll go right now.